All right, hello, Twitch. Welcome to Monsters and Madness. This is session 5 with our party. We are returning to the settlement this morning. Actually, you know what? Before I do the full recap, I guess we should get housekeeping out of the way. We are using music from filmmusic.io. If you go down to the panels below, you can find the information about the music we are going to be using on today's stream. Highly recommend you check it out. It is some great stuff. But before we get into the recap today, for our players, I wanted to open up any lore facts you wanted to drop for inspiration for today's session.
Yeah, I'll do it. My character, Aki, actually met Yohei in a tavern that she was playing at, and he had told her about he just gotten the mission to go to the settlement and had told her about that, and she decided to accompany him there. So that's how they came to the settlement together.
Okay, got it. All right, inspiration for you.
Milo likes to write stories about dragons and heroes and just epic battles and feats of magic. Whatever kind of seems interesting, he just starts to doodle down.
So kind of a fanfic writer.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
Love it. All right. Inspiration for you, sir. Okay. Anybody else?
Flynn just repeats the same thing I said.
Yohei spent most of his life aboard the Alcantara, his brother's ship, in the Menagerie Coast.
Nice. Awesome. Very cool. Inspiration for you.
You want to go Santa?
All right. Well, with that, then we will recap where we are at. We are back to the settlement after the group did a little bit of investigating of the room that you stumbled onto. Well, not really stumbled onto. Were led to by the tracker who had been employed by the Red Wills to figure out where you guys were and hopefully lead back to Sunjun, whatever was going on. You guys had turned the tide and ended up getting information from that person that there was a small entrance to some kind of underground system. And he led you there, and after a fight with some zombies and a displacer beast that seemed to be guarding the room, and potentially also were test subjects on from whatever was going on here, you guys found a journal, found a locked box, and a few other random items that were scattered about in the room. And about that time, Milo discovered that there was some kind of alarm spell, specifically the alarm spell over the door that you guys had tripped, and that somebody knew you were in there, and it might be wise to leave sooner rather than later. You guys made your way back to the settlement ultimately, and decided to send some of you in while the rest waited outside with Sunja. That'd be Aki and Milo waited outside with Sunja. And after talking with both Lumini and Noratak, who was a member of the Amber Watch, who was there on behalf of the Red Wills, found that a little bit of a game was being played, a game where they came and rewarded you almost in a way a bribe without one side accepting it. It can, you guys were given maybe a little more than you expected, and after they left, a commotion outside of town was heard as Aki and Milo were attacked by a large wolf, who very quickly made it known that he was a werewolf and was trying to kill the two captives that you guys had. After that, you guys spent the rest of the day gathering yourselves, figuring out what to do next, gathering some supplies, doing a little shopping at the general store with Michonne, and figuring out where the next day would take you. So we return after the long rest and the level up. Everybody leveled up to 4, and so we are back in the morning. Actually, before we get to the morning, wanted to kind of stop in for everybody for resting the night before we get into this day. Was there anything anybody was doing in particular after the meeting and before just kind of bedding down for the evening and getting a rest?
I just want to apologize for the brick wall background. I didn't know that it would change it live. I was just like dicking around with the setting.
That's okay. No big deal.
I was like, oh my bad.
What was the dwarf's name? The craftsman?
The artisan craftsman?
Yeah.
Let me get my binder here.
Thought I wrote it down.
Was it Galmus Boulderstone? Oh no, sorry. That's somebody else.
So that sounds like a good guess.
Sounds like
Yeah, it was Wolgren Flinthide.
Flinthide. All right. He said he was gonna be up all night making the silver things that we had purchased. I was gonna help him, or at least try to learn.
Oh, are you talking about the
something.
smith?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So I thought you were talking about the artisan craftsman, or the woodworker.
Oh no.
Funny enough, the smith China was right on that. Galnus Boulderstone.
Nice.
That was the name of the smith, so Galnus it is.
Galmus Boulderstone.
Oh yeah.
Lumini and Noratak, and it was a dwarf who was killed by a crick under the Ashkeeper Peak.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me get back to Galnus here.
Oh no. That's
Served and trained by Galnus
That's who.
Boulderstone.
That's who trained Lumini.
Lumini, yeah.
Bowen Sturgid. Let me get my name straight here.
Bowen Sturgeon. I'll write that one.
Bowen Sturgid. He was a human man. Kind of had short cropped hair.
The big Smith guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Smith.
Okay. He sees you coming in and just kind of gives you a nod. Something else you need?
In a way, I guess. I'm just looking to gain some skill in smithing, or at least something around here to help out the settlement. Seemed like you said you were going to be up all night. Figured maybe an extra pair of hands would help.
Yeah, roll a persuasion check.
It is a nat 20.
Nat 20.
Or 24 total.
Well, an extra set of hands never hurts, and will definitely make it go by quicker. So yeah, absolutely. And he grabs a hammer and like does a low like underhand toss at you to kind of just like judge to see if you can catch it. But it's easy enough if you just kind of snap it out of the air. And, yeah, get to work. Absolutely. Now, are you trying to rest and help him throughout the night?
I mean, how long would it take?
I guess that
only-
depends
only
on
need the
how
4
long you want to.
hours.
Oh, that's true. Okay, yeah, okay. So you just help him for the amount of time. That's not only the 4 hours you need for a rest. You're not foregoing a rest. You're just splitting.
No.
Okay, got it. Okay, yeah, absolutely. So I would say maybe probably like 5 or 6 hours you can get in with him.
Okay.
Before you go to your own rest. Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying I'm just chilling with Sunja for the evening.
Okay.
She's like outside my window, but I'm like just kind of like putting herbs around the house and drying them. Just anything that I would have found on our journey. I also got that huge box of herbs from Mashan, so I'm just
That's
like,
right. It's a
Yeah.
bunch of herbs, like really nice herbs.
Yeah, so I'm just like tinkering with those, and like maybe every once in a while I'll like sprinkle them over Sundra to see what she thinks. Huge sneeze.
Yeah, and like you kind of have to clean up after she sneezes a little bit, just because it is just half ogre snot everywhere.
I'm like,
Yeah.
definitely like I've taken on kind of like the caretaker role for Sundra.
But she really enjoys it. It seems like she is really kind of like enjoying your attention, and anytime you kind of like share something with her, like, oh hey, smell this, she kind of just like very excitedly like kind of participates, and is very happy to have some positive attention, and somebody who treats her more like another being and not a worker.
I imagine that like my character being from the Feywild, like wouldn't even bat an eyelash at Sundra. Just totally views her as like anyone else.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
Whoa, half ogre. I'm like,
Yeah, your time in the Feywild definitely makes it to where you are it's just normal. It's just another being. It could be another animal talking to you, or a half ogre. Intelligence isn't necessary for social encounters.
For sure.
Kev, I think you had something for Milo.
Oh yes. I was gonna go back to my little hut and start getting those spells back into my spell book.
Sure.
Especially starting with that gravity spell.
Yeah.
And I was kind of wondering, when does the level up, when that happens on the rest?
Yeah, basically it's what we're gonna call it on the rest at this point. But so you also had done the illusory script earlier in order to do the letters. So that one's already in.
Yeah. And then I would also like to do the same thing I'd like to go back over to the general shop.
Okay.
Grab some papers, because I think I got the gold for that now. Yeah, and head back over. I'd like to take the Cause Fear out of the other book.
Okay, so you're on top of, so that would be on top of the gravity one also.
So yeah.
Okay, that's fine. We don't have to do a whole nother Mashon encounter unless you want to, but you kind of walk in and hey, it's fucking late, man. What the hell are you doing?
Just gotta grab some papers real quick.
Oh, right.
There you go.
Here's the good stuff. I know you like it. I'll be keeping out an eye on those books for you. And you are able to get the really nice paper, the really good paper.
Good.
And head back to your cabin. And you kind of get set up on the table. What does it look like getting set up, and kind of your process for doing this, getting these new spells added to your spell book?
Yeah, I just pretty much almost like you're studying or just writing hardcore. I just spread everything out, and I've got my components and the nice papers and everything going. And when I'm just transcribing, I'm testing things out and kind of moving, almost like you're doing algebra. I'm like moving terms of the spell around, trying to make it customized and easier for me to go through it. And then I practice the gestures and how I manipulate the components throughout. And as I'm doing this, I'm just free flowing and hand cramping by firelight. And
go ahead and roll me just like a general Arcana check.
All right.
In here.
Burning the midnight oil. That is a 15.
15. So, which of the spells are you doing first? Cause Fear or the Gravity Well?
Gravity spell, yeah, for sure.
So this one's interesting to you. And it is something that you haven't seen before. It's a type of magic that is not something you were ever taught at the academy or by Laix. And it is unique because it starts to it's a type of magic that it does not, transmute specifically. It's definitely not illusion magic. It feels like it weaves into the being of time and space itself.
I think because of that, he would usually there's kind of a staleness to how many times I've done this or just practiced it or studied it. And as I'm working through it, this one's just so interesting. As I was going, I'm just getting more and more curious and more excited and passionate about it, and trying to finish it and to get it to work.
And with that passion and excitement comes just a little bit of frustration also, because you start to try and turn and maybe try and cast a spell after you get everything kind of figured out, and it doesn't quite work. you're getting this idea of this almost like a miniature black hole, this little point in space where you're taking all of it and condensing it into this small space. And you know that's what needs to happen. And when you do that the gravity will increase and it will create that effect that you're looking for.
Ah, come on, book. What am I missing?
You're missing time, as you hear a voice come from the spellbook itself.
What the hell was that?
And it's like kind of like very like almost like a school teachery voice. You are not understanding correctly. It is time. Space and time are interconnected. You are not just applying the magic to space. You are applying it to time as well.
Oh shit. Oh, Primes, I think you're right. Wait. Who are you? Where are you? What are you?
Who am I? Who am I? Where am I? It responds back to you with the same questions you asked it.
Can you feel anything around you? Like, where's your perspective?
Hold on. I feel the magic here, and you hear this kind of feminine, almost like a feminine, like middle-aged older woman, and you see the book start to flip. Well, okay, so it seems there is some cursory magic here. You have a little bit of quillmancy. Okay. Right. So, who are you again?
I am Milo. My name is Milo Hawkins. What is your name?
I'm not sure. It is nice to meet you, Milo, I think. I hope.
Well, it's definitely a pleasure for me. This is so interesting, so curious.
Yes. I know that you. Okay, here, and you start to see the ink on the page start to almost like turn itself, and in this one area where you had been kind of looking at the magic on the application of space, it starts to almost like come off the page in a 3D way, almost turning from like a flat circle to almost folding over itself and to make a sphere and then settle back onto the page, as if it's like had to make a 3D image and then that 3D image laid onto the flat plane of the book. And that change in perspective is like one of those, optical illusions that you see depending on the way you look at it is one thing or another, and you see it now. You get it. And she says,
my book.
Yes, it appears that I am, but ultimately, I do have to say, your work's a little sloppy.
Well, I mean, I try to work as fast and as efficiently as possible, but I'm sure it probably could use some work, yeah.
Well, speed is not always the best trait to have when transcribing spells. Here, and you start to see like the page flip, and it kind of like changes it and makes it neater and a little more organized, and flip again, and you just kind of hear like little critiques here and there, like, oh, when you're casting this spell, then you really should be doing it this way. And it's almost like you're not quite getting scolded by a teacher, but it's just like you're getting judged by a teacher.
Fucking Hermione Granger vibes.
You're right.
Right. Now, go ahead and give this one a go again. And she flips back to the gravity well.
And then can I kind of almost instinctually, I'd like to like raise my right hand, and then just all of a sudden a quill just pops into my hand without even just a second nature kind of thing, as a just surprise to myself.
Mm-hmm.
What is happening right now? And just like almost instinctively, like I know exactly what to do with it, and just start to go to town. And I'm going to go with just a nice deep blue for the ink color.
Okay.
As I write it, start to edit my book and try and clean it up to her instructions as she's guiding me.
Sorry, I have a question. Is this Milo's like personal journal, or is this in the journal that he found?
This is well, you know what? Should we just let it run through? It's a spell book. It's my spell book.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry. I was just like, what? Okay, cool. Thank you.
So you get the almost the teachings, the critiques of this thing that's inside your spellbook now, and excuse me, you feel extremely confident that you have figured out the angle. It's time and space. You are affecting both. It takes the condensing of space over time, and that's what creates the gravity well. And you turn to give it a test, and you feel it pull. You almost your chair scoots forward as it starts to pull you towards it.
Oh my goodness.
And your book says to you, "See, a little bit of time and extra effort, and it will get you where you need to go."
Well, nameless, wonderful nameless book. I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Yes, certainly. On that note, though, I think we should come up with something that you can call me. I don't know where I am. I can't see anything. My world is these pages. What should we call me?
Ziffer? What about Zinnia? How do you feel about Zinnia?
Zinnia is as good a name as any. Yes, Zinnia it is then.
Good. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Zinnia.
And you as well, Milo.
Oh, by the way, Oakley, Blot, as they come up. This is Oakley, Blot, Oakley, Zinnia.
Right. I can feel your magic. Even the little spinny one a little bit. I don't know what Oakley is, though.
Oh, it's actually kind of sad. I hope you get to meet him someday.
Well, hopefully so.
It's all right. I'll explain it later.
All right. Okay. Well, for now, let me give you a little bit more instruction. I can give you about 10 different ways that you can draw this rune better. And she just kind of starts going off.
Let's do it. And we get to work.
Okay, got it. Okay. Anything else that you wanted to do, Milo, in your time over the evening before you rest?
Don't think I had anything else planned.
Okay, cool. Got it. Anybody else have anything they want to do?
Do we have that owlbear meat still in the bag of holding, Milo?
You have the young owlbear meat,
I
not
got
the big one.
Did somebody take it, or?
I don't know. That was an odd noise, though.
That was wild.
That sounded like
Is it better now?
it's gone now. Yeah, gone now.
Yeah.
Aliens.
So maybe somebody should cook that.
Yeah.
I thought I was cooking it when I had bought the mead and the wine from Michelle.
That's right. Yeah, you did mention it at the end of the last
I
session.
thought I
that
gave
you
it to
could cook
somebody, but
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so it's out of the bag of holding and starting to be like cooked and smoked.
out of the bag of the holding and into the fire.
Okay. Aki, as you spend time with Sunja, it's very almost reminiscent for you, especially since the time you've been here since you crossed over from the Feywilds has been short. That you feel with Sunja a very different dynamic than the other people that you've met, almost as if this is a person from another realm who you are offering a little bit of guidance to, and it just reminds you of your time and your guide that brought you here, and the tune kind of starts playing through your head a little bit, as it does from time to time, and you just kind of remember it, and you get lost a little bit. And you just it starts to go from more than just a memory to actually almost feeling it resonate, as if somebody was playing it beside you and you could feel the vibration of the sound moving through you, and it feels like this just wave of it coming back, and you're not sure if just remembering it right now. You look up and it's you can see a little bit of the moon as the cloud passes by. Maybe it's something to do with that. Maybe it's just the area. Maybe Sunja has something that awakened it, but you just really feel that very strongly. And you do kind of turn and you look over, you almost feel a instinctual tug towards Milo's cabin, but you just kind of wave it off. The music is just too engrossing, and it kind of puts you in a little bit of a melancholy mood, but you easily snap back out of it with Sunja and just go back to, playing with the spices and, just having fun with her before you rest for the rest of the evening.
Okay, cool.
What about Yohei? Yohei doing anything in particular besides cooking the owlbear meat?
If I've got my brewing supply set up and the ale's just kind of going
Yes.
too.
Yeah, you had
fermenting,
it was very
just-
strong, but not very tasty ale that you got started.
And we drank the wine.
Yeah, you guys had a ton of wine. Yeah.
Did you get
Yeah.
Sunja your ale? She's like,
Alivor had bought a cask of mead for
That's
Sunja,
right.
and she
right.
downed that pretty quickly.
No, that was me that purchased that.
Oh, that was you. Okay, that was you.
Yeah.
Then I take it back. Alivor
I got the wine and the mead.
Okay.
Yeah, if those are going, then I'm just kind of watching the owlbear meat and just kind of hanging out.
Okay. I would say when you fall asleep, you have a similar dream as the night before. You feel the call of the Wild Mother. It's not just like her calming energy. This time it's almost as if you go to sleep and you've got no door, you've got these really big windows, and you feel this breeze come through, and you get that smell of the ocean, and it's almost like it's that breeze that takes you back into the dream, and you fall into it very, very quickly. And you're back on the beach, and you see the form of the Wild Mother again. This time more defined. She's just wearing loose clothing, almost toga-like, with a crown wreath on her head. Just really beautiful. And she's got like a light pinkish skin and a smile on her face. She's just standing by you on the beach again, just kind of almost like you're visiting the beach yourself, just kind of enjoying the sea breeze. She looks over at you and smiles and just goes back to watching the ocean, almost as if she's watching over it. She just stands there.
Is there anything? Storm still off in the distance again?
Roll me a perception check.
I got a nat 1 with a -1.
A nat 1 with a -1. Okay. You look out and your focus just isn't there. You kind of you take your gaze to the horizon, but you feel drawn to the water. It's like you can't look up. It's like her gaze is just kind of holding you there. And as you try and look towards the storm, she just says, "Not yet. Not yet. The storm is still off on the horizon. Not yet."
Well, I'd like to kind of do the same thing I did last time, seeing the ocean and the waves and the smell. I'd like to just kind of walk out and put my feet in the water again.
Okay.
But this time, instead of staring out into the water, I'd like to keep my eyes fixed on her.
Okay. And then you do, and you go, and your feet touch the water, and it's nice and cool and refreshing. The sand just kind of, you feel your feet sink into the sand as you take the steps, and as the waves move forward, you feel the gentle pull one way and then another. And you keep looking, and she almost has a sad look on her face. And she says, "It's easy in dreams, Yohei. You'll have to return one day. You'll have to return not in dreams."
With that, he just kind of, Yohei just kind of drops down onto his knees in the water, and kind of with tears in his eyes, he says, "Would you guide me?"
And now she walks forward. And she walks towards the water. And as she gets to the water, you notice that her feet don't sink in. She actually walks over the top of the water to you. And she kneels down next to you, kind of on top of the water, and takes your chin in her hands. She reaches underneath your beard and takes your chin in her hands and raises you up. She says, "I will guide you, as I always have. You were never punished for a lack of faith. There are monsters in this world. Those monsters follow with you. You carry them deep inside. And if you let them, they will destroy you. I will guide you. Trust. And you will be safe." And after she says that, she starts to then slowly sink into the water. In the sand. And she lets go of you and just kind of leans back and just kind of not submerges all the way, but just kind of floats on top of the water. Just kind of calmly. She says, "The oceans can be both cradle and grave. But you are one who shapes the oceans, Yohei. You do more than just visit. You are a part of it. It is up to you to make sure that the corruptions of the oceans do not break this world. Even if their powers are needed to save it."
When she
And
says
then-
that, I just kind of want to lay down in the water and kind of let the waves kind of crash over me.
And they do. And for the first time in a long time, you're submerged beneath the waves. And when one crashes over, you kind of flip over a little bit. And it just is quiet. Back under the waves, it's quiet. And it's a peaceful quiet, but also somber. Your memories of the last time you were under the water in the ocean are not good. But you feel the warmth of the Wild Mother protect you. And you know that on the oceans you will be safe. The water is still your home. And Melora is still there to guide you through it. And after what seems like both an eternity and all at once, you kind of float into a nice restful sleep. The best sleep you've gotten probably since it happened. As you feel both a little bit of direction, but also relief and a reminder of things that are and things that aren't your fault. And you rest for the rest of the night. Varric, after you finish helping at the blacksmith, are you just heading back? Just going to rest for the evening?
Yeah, I will.
You go into your elvish meditation. What does that look like? Are you sleeping in bed, or are you just kind of like, cross-legged namaste style?
Probably like sort of the like the resting on the knees.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And for you have a very worried feeling. You can't shake the feeling from the other day of being uncomfortable over the water, and that's stuck with you. and you've been feeling just kind of a nervousness or concern the more things that you have found. And in particular, in some of your fights, you're used to channeling Pelor. You're used to channeling the Dawnfather. You feel this burning. But since your dream, when you channel that power through you, it almost feels like before you turn that faucet off, it's been pulling back. You're not sure if it's disapproval from the Dawnfather or your own thoughts getting in the way. But as you sleep, you also return to your dreams that you had before. You return to the bow of the ship. You're young Varric again, reliving it as you do over and over and over. And this time you hear and feel a rumbling. You don't hear the same words you heard before, but you just get this intense feeling of power. And the deep, deep rumbling from deep, deep beneath the ship. And where normally there'd be a point where you see other people on the ship as part of the stream, you look around and it's an empty ship. You turn, you look to the large wheel, the mast of the ship, and at the top is this figure wreathed in light, wearing just beautiful, perfect, gleaming, ornate armor with the symbol, the standard of the Dawnfather on it, with a large shield, light that illuminates the whole coastline. And where a head would be, just flames, divine flame. What is it that you seek, Varric? The Dawnfather himself asks you.
I seek more power. The power to kill off my nightmares, my haunting dreams, the stuff of my past, and to also protect the people I have found now as we get into more trouble and darker plots.
And is my power not enough for you?
It is, but I don't know. I see how quickly Visati took to it, and I won't lie, I'm a bit jealous. And I want more to be able to channel the same kind of power that she does, and I've seen others do, and hope to use that to, as I said, take care of what's going on in my life.
The desire for power, the quest for power has brought this world to its knees. If I grant what you ask, how do I know you will not follow the same path?
Because I've seen others who have followed that path and made the decision to stray away from it. I came to you when I could have gone a different route.
And when you say that, the fire burns almost a little brighter. Almost challenging. And what other gods offer power greater than mine?
None. None at all.
They do not. And you look now, and what you had seen last time appears again. You see the barnacle-covered form of your brother being lifted. You see it on the side of the ship, and before you can even react, it's standing in front of you. And you hear the Dawnfather's voice again. And what will you do with this power in the face of those who have been corrupted?
I'll smite them.
And you see your brother pull a sword almost out of himself. The sheath is, or the handle sticking out, almost like he's removing it, except it was nothing on the other side, and it seems to be made of barnacles and just like chitin and bone. And he raises it to strike at you. And you're used to the feeling of adding that power, of channeling the power of the Dawnfather. And you start to do that again. But this time when you do, you feel more than see this intense beam coming from the standard and the armor of the image of the Dawnfather in your dream, and it hits you. And that channeling of power is something you usually direct. You direct into your weapon to give it that smiting power. You channel it into a spell to power that spell. But this time you feel that this energy is not being channeled through you, it's being channeled into you. And you feel what you can only describe as a glow throughout the entirety of your body. And you can feel arcane energy gathering at your fingertips. Arcane energy that is powered, that is fueled by the divine energy that you're used to channeling. And you hear the voice say, "Then it shall be so." And you gather large, concentrated balls of energy, magical, arcane, and divine energy into your hands as your brother raises his sword against you. You feel that you could release this energy if you choose to.
I do. I do.
And you do. And it blasts forward. And you wake up. And the glow isn't gone. The glow is still there. You're no longer just channeling the Dawnfather's energy, his magic. You are now blessed with it. And you feel it ever present as you wake up. And you see that the sun has risen. The rest of your party may or may not be awake, but it is now the next day. Everybody has their new levels, their new abilities, and it's up to you guys what you'd like to do for the rest of the day.
What time is it? Super early in the morning?
Yeah, it's dawn. It's after dawn.
Okay.
We're say,
Long night.
we can go ahead and say everybody's awake at this point.
Okay, gotcha.
Well, it'll be as late in the morning as it needs to be for everyone to be awake. And real quick, I'm going to take like a 30-second quick bathroom break, and I will be right back while you guys kind of figure out what you'd like to do to start.
Okay.
What would you like to do to start, guys?
Well, do we want to go? It seemed like when we ended last time, there were the two options of Daggermore or the farm.
And I think we were talking about going to the farm,
Yeah.
so we didn't go close to
So we didn't run into bad guys.
Yeah.
to the wolf again.
I'm cool with that. What do you think, Yohei?
I would prefer to go to the lake, but if majority rules farm, then it is what it is.
Should we roll for it?
I mean, that's always
Okay.
fun, but
Democracy-wise, you guys have won this vote, so
yeah, it feels like
Okay.
I don't care either way. I think either would be great. So, If you guys both want to go, then I'll side with you guys.
Okay. I guess we're going to the farm. Yeah.
Silver Sage
No
Farm.
killer.
Okay, got it.
I just grab a quick actually throw out grab some jerky and stuff like that, and just kind of hammer it down real fast as I'm rushing outside, and I hand some off to Oakley.
Okay.
I bought a bunch of fresh fruits and stuff the night before too
Mm-hmm.
at Michonne's. So I do have a bunch of fresh fruit and stuff for the wagon.
I'm
The
at
whole basket, I think.
I'm at the stables with Sunja. We're having our coffee and tending to green and brown, or rock and brown. Sorry.
If you pick a random color, it could be a name of one of the horses there.
Amethyst and ochre.
What is the current state of our wagon or our cart?
I mean, it's got some owlbear gore on it. The back has a couple of slashes from werewolf claws that narrowly missed where they were trying to be attacked, but overall, it's functional. It seems to be fine.
Can I start going through and go 1 cubic foot by 1 cubic foot with prestidigitation and clean out the inside?
Yeah,
Do a little detailing on it real quick. This is disgusting, guys.
You hear from Zinnia. Yes. That needs to be cleaned right away. There's all manner of infections and growths and curses that can come about if you do not clean these things. You're
Yes,
smart to
City.
do so.
Plus the smell alone is just enough reason. Come on.
I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, that's gonna take some getting used to before I'm not saying that kind of stuff. Also, I was very, I was kind of insensitive. I said she, but how do you like to be identified? How do you feel about that?
You don't hear anything for maybe 15, 20 seconds.
Do I need to explain the concept?
No, she says she is appropriate. She is appropriate.
Perfect. I'm gonna get back to cleaning.
As well you should. Okay. So while Sunja and Aki are in the stable, Lorena comes up and she's got, her big thick boots on. It's kind of a nice sunny morning, so she's not got the thick jacket or anything like that. But she walks up to you, Aki, and says, looks like a new member in the settlement then.
Oh yeah, this is Sunja. Sunja, this is the stable master. I introduced them.
She goes, "Hi, I'm Sunja." And she goes, "Oh, well, hello, I'm Lorena. It is nice to meet you, Sunja." And she's like, "Can I shake her hand?"
Sunja, gentle.
And she just
Or
just very apprehensively. Right. I hope you won't be needing a horse for her. And you can kind of tell she was about to say thing or something else. Yeah, I hope you won't be needing a horse for her. I have nothing that will work. That she's too big for anything we've got here.
That's okay. I will figure something out eventually.
Well, if she needs something to do, I sent Red out to Erosa to pick up a couple more horses after you bought Rock and Brown. If she wants to help him up the stables, it'd be taking a task off of my hands.
That's fine. We're actually just getting ready to head out, but I appreciate you trying to immerse her in your culture.
Sure, that's fine. Right. Well.
I'm just super naive. We're good.
Right.
We cleaned up after Rock and Brown.
Well, if you need anything, please let me know. You can help yourself to the feed if you're going back out with the horses.
Thank you. fucking brutal, dude. She's just like, she can clean up horse shit. No. Oh, that's alright.
All right, so you guys gathering your things. Anybody doing anything else before heading out?
I assume we would have picked up our silvered weapons.
Sure. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's important.
Bowen brings them all kind of wrapped up to you guys. And he has kind of a grateful look on his face, and he kind of gives a nod over to you, Varric, and says, well, I had a little bit of help, so grateful for that, but here you go. This should be everything you guys asked for. The process was a little more intensive on the silver than I thought, so next time might not be so cheap.
Nice. Okay.
But, I know that you're all helping out the settlement, and I'll do my part, I guess.
Thank you so much.
He heads back. Okay. Anything else? Anybody else wants to do? You guys just heading out?
What do you guys think?
Gonna kind of just check myself and go through my things real quick. Looking through my bag of holding. I don't think we need anything. I also don't have any money, so never mind. I'm just gonna go to the cart. Come on, Milo. Or, come on, Oakley.
So,
You got quite the menagerie around you.
Yeah.
do we know quite how far this farm is?
Yeah. 15 miles northeast.
Okay, so it's pretty early in the morning. Like, we could, if we needed to, get back to the settlement, or we could camp out there, right?
It's probably a camp out there situation.
Okay. Then we'll like pack our camping stuff.
Get the tents, the portable grill.
Yeah.
Just bring the RV.
We're going glamping.
Okay. While you guys are getting ready, you see there is by the front wall, it's not a completed wall or anything yet, but you see through the archway of that wall, there is a couple of Crown's Guard who are loading in the loading in the two captives you guys had and getting them ready to get on the road and take them out of the settlement to wherever they may be going. Sounded like Erosa.
Do we recognize their sigil? Like what part of the Crown's Guard they serve?
Not specifically. They have the typical garb of others who had been here. It looks like somebody here is taking them out, not somebody is coming to retrieve
pick them up.
Right, exactly. Somebody is taking them out from here. And there are two who are kind of moving them in and getting them ready, and then another 4 that are getting on the cart. So there's 6 Crown's Guard total, which you guys would know at this point takes the number down a total of 8, because there are 2 missing Crown's Guard who went to go look for Raisha and bring her body back. So there is a significant portion of the Crown's Guard who will be gone from the settlement for a period of time. So just something that you all kind of mentally note as they're getting ready.
Yeah.
I thought we were getting reinforcements. What's that all about?
Hey, reinforcements take time.
No, I mean that was like legitimately Milo just making.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like weird. That's not a good sign.
Yeah, I hope that's
Especially after
Yeah.
Is what's her name? The girl that runs the settlement, is she walking around?
Lumini, you don't see her, but her tent's not far.
It's probably worth going and talking to Lumini to see when reinforcements will arrive.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
I don't think leaving the settlement unprotected is a good idea with werewolves running around.
I agree.
That's a valid point.
You guys want to go talk to Lemony, or should we all go? Like, what do you think?
Quick
Yeah.
stop just to get the information wouldn't be a bad choice.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll go over to Lemony's tent.
And you guys go and you see the typical sight when you've approached the tent so far. She's got the two large pieces of fabric that act as doors kind of folded up, and you can see her behind her large desk that seems to almost be out of place in a tent situation. It looks like something that should be in an office that's you can just imagine the Crown's Guard who had to move this in for her, and all the complaining they would have done just to get this desk in a tent. But she is there, and she looks up and sees the group and kind of acknowledges you, and just very quickly finishes what she was writing and gets up and walks out, ducks her head under the tent and walks through, and sees you all approach and just says, yes, is something that you need this morning?
Yeah, Lumini, we were just getting ready to head to the goat farm in the northeast. Will you have enough protection here with the dispatch of those, 4 guards?
We're sending 6 with the captives that you brought. To be honest, given that the attack happened yesterday after their location was given, we are expecting that somebody will be going after them while they're being transported. We're at least taking those precautions and believe it is for the best to protect the information that they may have. I am a bit nervous given the events that are currently going on, but we are still capable. We do still have Crown's Guard here. There are others who, if needed, could take up arms, even if that's not what their main purpose is here. But she kind of looks over, and you guys can see she's actually looking over at Sunja, who Sunja's just kind of walking around looking at different things. She says, "What about your new friend? I believe I saw her carrying a very large axe. Is she capable?"
Oh yeah, she's coming with us.
She's more than capable, but we've tried our best not to force her to fight. We took her from a situation where she was being forced to fight against her will.
Mhm.
But she does like food.
I mean, we can always ask her too.
Do you think she'd be fond enough of this place to defend it if it came down to it?
I think so, but we're not gonna leave her here.
Perhaps one of you could stay and watch over her while the rest of you go about whatever it is you were planning on today.
I mean, Alivor is still here, right?
That's kind of getting at if she. The other bar doesn't seem to be around.
But Sanja,
What was that?
I don't want to leave Sanja.
She says, "It would be valuable protection while you're gone. It does seem to be a win-win for everybody."
Sanja, how do you feel about staying?
And Sanja's kind of over in the distance, and she heard her name. "Hi, I'm Sanja." And she just starts kind of jogging over to where you guys are at.
Hey Sanja, how do you feel about staying here with Alivor while we go to the farm?
They're offering free food. As I look at Lumini.
And Lumini has like a sour look on her face, just like, what did you just promise? But Sanja has a look on her face that's like, what kind of food? And Lumini just kind of through gritted teeth, We've got lots of meat. I'm sure we could talk to the butcher and work something out.
I whisper to Yohei, yeah, she definitely hates you now.
I'm gonna like take Sunja aside and be like, Sunja, you're gonna stay with Alivor. If anything happens, listen to Alivor and protect the village, okay? We'll be back. We'll probably only need to be gone a day or so. You can stay in my hut and they will feed you. Don't let them force you to do anything. You're not gonna be working, you're just gonna be hanging out. Okay?
Sunja only do what Sunja want to do.
Yes. Good. I will see you soon.
And then she kind of runs off really quick, and then she comes back, and you see she's got that gigantic axe over her shoulder, and then also Alivor on the other shoulder, like fireman's carried. She goes, Sunja, protect Alivor, and you just hear him like protesting over the shoulder. I won't roleplay for Alivor, but protesting over the shoulder.
Yeah.
And the men that you sent with the prisoners, Lumini, did they have silvered weapons?
I was gonna ask that.
Reckon paladins.
She says, admittedly, they do not. But there are those with magical capabilities going with them. And if what I know about lycanthropes are true, then that will at least offer them protection against anything they might be attacked by. It is not an ideal situation, but it is the cards we have been dealt.
I guess with that, I'll put my silvered battle axe kind of on her desk and say thanks for taking care of Sanja.
She looks at it and says, it shall be returned to you as soon as it is possible. And grabs it off. And thank you. I'm very glad that all of you have come to the settlement. It is breathing some much needed air into the lungs of these people. They're starting to get a bit stale. Now, what is it you have all decided to do? Is there anything that I can help with?
I believe we were just getting ready to head out to the farm in the northeast, yeah?
Yep.
Silver Sage?
Yep.
Yes. Were you going to say something, Barrett?
Yeah. How far is Erosa?
Erosa is to the northeast of here. Let me look here.
Real quick, Josh, is that where we went in the other campaign where I played my hurdy-gurdy? Is that like a huge library?
No.
Oh, okay. That was Meletus?
Meletus was the other campaign, yeah. Okay, here we go. Oops. She goes, Erosa is not terribly far. It is about 40 miles east of here. They will be rotating who is riding the horses, or who is driving the cart, and will not stop until they get there. It is not a terribly quick path. There's not been a road established directly from Erosa to here, but they will move with as much speed as they can.
I'm just thinking, like, yes, the other situations that we've been told of are dire, but how awful would it be if we left to go take care of that and we found out all the information that we had gotten is gone?
I mean, that's... Yeah.
What do you suggest?
Suggest we go with them.
Oh.
That is not a short trip.
But it might be worth it. But I mean, it's what everyone wants to do.
I do feel like that's an important route that we need to keep. Without it, we're starting from scratch again. We're going to be just as lost as we were. We didn't even know this was happening.
Mm-hmm.
Our best bet, if that were to happen, is to go back to the site, and you know that they've already moved that.
Yeah.
She says, I don't doubt that if we were to return there, there'd be nothing of value to find.
Yeah, we have the journal, but who says that's actually linked to them? We have 2 people that will vouch right now.
So are you guys suggesting that we go to Arosa with the guards and the captives?
I do.
That's a safe bet.
I think that's a strong choice.
Yeah.
I hate to leave the settlement in this, in the state that it's in, like Varric said, but
And she says, that brings up a good point. We have even less people here in case something were to happen.
Well, with that, you could keep 2, maybe 3 of your Crown's Guard here.
That's true. I know we could take Sandra with us.
It's perhaps not a bad idea. We could keep some of the Crown's Guard that we were going to send.
And Alivor.
Leave the spellcasters with us in case we run into any werewolves.
It's not a bad plan.
Or he has a silver weapon.
I don't think that if the other Crown's Guard were to stay, we would be able to investigate what you were, at least at the farms. I'm nervous to send more Crown's Guard after the 2 who have been lost, for fear of losing more. But at the same time, they have not reported back, and they should have been back yesterday morning. And I fear something has happened to them as well. But if you're all willing, that might be the best path. It might be the safest path.
have you told us your thoughts on this little endeavor? What do you think is the most important thing right now?
True that.
Yeah.
Trying to find the other guards, trying to investigate at the farms, Daggermore, exporting the prisoners. What do you think, Lumini?
She says, I'm anxious to find out the extent of what is going on. I have a hunch that these things are more connected than it may seem on the surface, but I don't know how. Admittedly, I am worried about my men. They would not just abandon their duties. And Raisha was capable herself. Aswin reported some very odd things about her and the state of her body. And things that help us keep the people we have are things that I find value in. I don't know much about what happened at Silver Sage Farms. Karsten was in town and was quite upset about it. But beyond that, I don't have much information. They tend to keep to themselves quite a bit at Silver Sage. They don't come in all that often. I was surprised to hear it in the first place. My men are capable. If a single werewolf to attack them, I have no doubt that they would be able to push it back. And given that we've only had reports for sure of one werewolf, I believe that that is something that they could fight back, fight off. But admittedly, I don't know how well equipped we are if the Myriad and the Red Wills and whatever this new threat is are fighting together against them.
I changed my vote. Oh, sorry. I would make sure that you're done. Yeah, I changed my vote. I'm going to go with Yohei on this one, and maybe we should go towards that rock and where Raisha.
Yeah, I agree.
If that's what Lumini you're saying is probably the most urgent, and you're confident that your soldiers can keep the prisoners safe on that route. And that's, yeah, I think, I mean, to me, I feel like you are still kind of the authority here until somebody takes up that Starosa position.
Yeah, I agree. You know,
So wherever you say, I think at this moment in time, I'm going to go that direction.
Because your orders are not mine to give. You've been granted the choice to do what you wish, but my men are
Think of
capable.
it as offering my assistance.
Perhaps then maybe a bit of both options. What if you were to speak to the men now? Get information out of them if you can, so that should the worst come to pass and they are overtaken, that not all will be lost.
I just look at everybody else for opinions, confirmation.
seems like a good idea. Who wants to do the interrogating?
I'm going to vote you.
Me? Me?
Absolutely. Where are the prisoners being kept?
She goes, they're being, I mean, you guys saw them being loaded into the cart. Yeah. So they're getting ready to leave now, but we can absolutely hold on that and bring them back
Maybe-
into a tent or into one of the buildings if you would like.
Tent. I vote tent.
Get them into a more private area. Seems
Yeah.
like a good idea. I just have a feeling that if things don't go well, then Varric might step in, and I have a bad feeling about that.
Okay.
Being
She-
seen, at least. I don't want to watch it.
She nods over to one of the Crown's Guard who's on the outside of her tent, and she goes, please retrieve them. Bring them into my tent. And she looks to all of you and says, well then, you are granted the use of my tent under my authority to do what you need to get a bit of information from them. I will make sure that nobody's around. And she kind of looks to the other guard and kind of gives him a nod. And even with just like your guys' passive insights, you can tell that he's fine with it. He's kind of like, yeah, they fucked with us. They can deal with it. So after 2-3 minutes, the cart that they were in is brought over, and two of the Crown's Guard take them out in their shackles, and they're kind of now they have like they're wearing just kind of ragged clothes. It's not like just beat up nothing, but they've been just given like a basic set of clothing. They've been, all their armor, all their weapons removed. The guy who you guys found in the tunnel, he didn't have much already, but they're both now kind of just in a very basic set of clothes. They've got shackles on their hands and feet, and they have their mouth bound as well with just like a piece of cloth that's tied around. But there are 3 Crown's Guard take them in, put them in the tent, and then take the cart, move the cart off a little bit of the road, and one of them just kind of gives a hand gesture over to you guys. Lumini gives a nod, and the Crown's Guard kind of disappear.
I'm also going to disappear if you guys are going to interrogate this guy.
I'm going to bring Sunja with me for protection, just in case.
Okay.
We're going to go talk to these fellas. But I do want you to bring your axe just in case there's any funny business, okay?
Okay. I like funny.
I mean, in case they're being bad.
Oh. She gets just like a grimace on her face and just kind of gets quiet. Like Sunja puts a tough face on.
Okay, so I guess I go into the tent.
Okay. Just Aki? Is anybody going with her?
I'll go
Besides
with.
Aki and Sunja? Okay. Aki and Varric.
I'll go in for the time being.
For the time being. Okay.
Okay.
You guys go, and the large, you have to push open the large, tent flaps that are just like, it's almost like a theater curtain, and it's, in the type of fabric it is, it's heavy, and you have to push it forward, and it closes, and as it closes, it really does a good job of muffling the noise coming from the outside. And even though this is a tent, it feels like it is almost more of a small structure.
So I want to talk to the guy that we rescued first.
Mhm.
And so I'm going to address him and say, we rescued you. We had no intention of hurting you. In fact, one could say that we saved your life. Will you tell us what happened? I just want to hear your side of the story. I'm giving you a chance here to basically save your ass yet again. You can either be honest and speak with me and share your story with me, or I can just let the guards pack up and take you to Rosa, where you'll be imprisoned and further interrogated, probably by someone not as nice as me. What do you say? And I take the thing out of his mouth.
Yeah. I was gonna say they're going rah rah if you don't.
I wanted to speak first.
And they're both awake, and they both kind of have a little bit of a nervous look on their face, although trying to be stoic. And you kind of take it off and go ahead and roll a persuasion check.
As she's doing that, can I just like stand in the corner and sharpen my glaive?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Is that given the help action? Is that what you're shooting for?
Yeah.
So go ahead and roll with advantage.
I'm going to look at what he's doing and then immediately try to act tough too. I'll just be like,
Okay. I mean, Milo's not short, like 6 foot. You got a little bit of an imposing frame.
I rolled a dirty 20.
A dirty 20. Okay. That's pretty good. Because I mean, yeah. I'll answer your questions. I feel like I'm still going to be taken to a Rosa. What's in it for me?
Well, depending on how you answer and how much information you give us, you might not be taken to a Rosa. And if it's decided that you both do, like this guy's probably going to go to a Rosa anyways, we might be able to either lighten the treatment or lessen the charges. But it all depends on how cooperative you want to be with us.
All right. Well, then, and he looks to the other guy, kind of like almost nervously to him, like, man, is he gonna do something? All right. Well, what do you want to know?
What do you last remember? Do you remember anything about how you were captured?
Well, we went back to Ansgar's house after some kind of crazy thing showed up at the bridge. We ran off, not wanting to deal with it. And when we got back, Ansgar, he had us thrown in his little prison out back. I got knocked out, and I don't remember anything after that.
So were you working for Ansgar then as a guard at the bridge?
Not quite. He didn't know we were doing that. We were working for him, and we decided to take Sunja and go make a little extra money on the side.
By profiteering off the bridge.
Yeah, look, I know what we did was wrong. I think I've suffered for it already.
Oh,
It was just a little bit of gold.
You think you've suffered enough for what you did to my friend here? What do you think, Sunja? Do you think you suffered enough?
And then he looks, and it's almost like he knew Sunja was there, but he was kind of avoiding her gaze, and he looks at her, and I don't know, Constitution saving throw for him. Okay, it's pretty good. He tries to put on a stoic face, but you can tell, like, what it is that he kind of like leans back and he's like, "She's fine, right? She's right here. Everything turned out fine."
What do you think, Sunja? Has he suffered enough?
And Sunja kind of looks at him and just growls. Just gives like a animal growl. Just. And
So, what can you tell us about what Ansgar was doing? What do you know about what was happening in his little prison, as you call it?
he looks over to the other guy, the tracker, and the tracker just gives a small. Go ahead and roll persuasion or intimidation, given the Sunja.
Okay, I'm gonna roll persuasion.
Mala, do you wanna?
Can I whisper to Vera?
Is a 16 plus 6.
Is it 22? Okay, pretty good.
I'm gonna whisper to Varric and say we should separate these guys.
I agree. Well, I can't hear you, but
Yeah. I'll just walk over and grab the one that's still bound and gagged and whatnot, and I'll walk him outside and hand him to Yohei.
Okay. Yeah, you just see Varric come out and just come and hand you a person.
I'll stay with Yohei and the prisoner.
Okay. Okay, got it. Okay. So you go back in, and he says, Ansgar has some connections with the Myriad. He will sometimes employ them if competition tries to come up in the area. In return, he turns a blind eye to any of them traveling through the woods that they log. Sometimes provides a safe house. He's got a teleportation circle to Erosa in that basement.
where do you know where it leads in Erosa?
Some kind of Myriad hideout.
Okay. Do you know who was animating the corpses?
I don't know nothing about that.
If we would not have found you and saved you, you would have definitely been turned into an animated dead.
He goes, listen, okay, go ahead.
Can I do an insight check on that?
Yeah, go ahead and roll insight.
Oh, good call.
Uh, 12.
12, okay. It looks like he's mostly telling the truth. He doesn't know anything about animating corpses or anything like that, but he doesn't seem to be like, it seems like he's got something that he's holding on to, but he is mostly telling the truth. He doesn't know anything about animated corpses, doesn't know about zombies.
What do you know about Ansgard's mage? Was he the one working down there?
It's not that I know of. He was always at the place whenever I was there, so if he was doing it, it must have been secretly.
Do you know his name?
Alrin.
You know how to spell that.
Do I fucking look like I know how to spell that? DM, though, says Alren.
Alren. Alrin.
Uh-huh.
You know why they would use a teleportation to Erosa? Was that just to keep in contact with the rest of the Myriad? To your knowledge?
I mean, somebody in Erosa is trying to get away. It's a quick trip to the Velen Thicket where they can just get lost.
Here.
Yeah.
Right.
Question for you, Josh. Is Ansgar the head of the Redwill family? Do we know that?
You can roll go ahead and roll a history check.
Okay.
See how much you guys know about the Redwills.
I'm assuming my character wouldn't know shit.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I only rolled a 7.
I would say that you would know enough with the 7 to know that Ansgar isn't the patriarch of the family. You do know that you have heard the name Abraham Redwill as the one who kind of runs things. So you don't know, with 7, you don't know like the full breakdown of everybody in the family, but you do know Ansgar's not the head of the family, and that it's at least his somebody quite a bit older than him named Abraham.
Sorry, I'm just taking notes. Do you happen to know if any of the other Red Wills were involved, or if they're even aware of Ansgar's little activities out here.
Because I don't know. Maybe I don't think so. Not that I've ever seen. Anskar's the only Red Will I've ever seen working with the Myriad.
All right. And what would it cost for you to? What I'm trying to ask is, how valuable is your freedom? Because I'm willing to bet if they were going to just drop you in that hole and not care what happened to you, that they don't clearly give a shit about you. So
Well, yeah, they sent the fucking werewolf to kill me too. Like, I understand that I'm in a bad place, but it's not like I think you're going to be any better to me over here threatening me with that half ogre with the goddamn axe.
well, I mean, she's pretty pissed off at you, wouldn't you be?
Yeah, I would say that's pretty
So-
deserved.
So why shouldn't we just hand you over to the Red Wills or the werewolf, or just send you to Arosa? What use could you possibly be to us? I mean, it seems like you already gave us all the information you know.
Because, well, you brought me into the tent. You tell me. I told you what I wanted to know. You can let me go and give me leniency,
Why would we let you go?
or give me leniency, or whatever it is you said. Look, I know that I'm probably going to die anyways. Whether it's a fucking Volstrucker that kills me, if it's one of the scourges that gets me, then maybe it'll be one of them. If it's a werewolf that gets me, then that will be pretty damn painful. But I understand that my choices have led me down a shit path.
Well, this is your chance to give up anything you could possibly offer.
To try to survive.
Go ahead and roll persuasion with advantage with the two of you.
Ooh,
That
nice.
is a dirty 20.
12.
So he looks over at you, Varric, when you're talking, and maybe it's the armor, the glaive. Maybe he just gets a vibe he doesn't want to fuck with, but he says, the Myriad made some kind of deal. I don't know what it is. I don't know who it's with. Just rumors. Ophelia Mardoon got in with the wrong crowd. And now they're worried about what's happening. They're worried if they stop, then it's their heads. The Myriad's in a lot of hot water right now, but I don't know why.
Is Ophelia the head of the Myriad?
She's pretty fucking high up.
And that's why they are making these deals with Ansgard, so that they can protect themselves and move out of Arosa? If they need to?
No, they made a deal with someone else. Ansgar's a part of it. Not directly, but they're looking for something. They're looking for something.
You don't know who they made a deal with, but it's someone more powerful or with more resources than them.
Somebody that the Myriad is very worried about. They're very scared for what's going to happen.
And do you know if the settlement has anything to do with this, or if they are even involved, or if the Red Wills are wanting to take over the settlement? Like, do we know anything about that?
Because that's all political games. That's above my head. I don't know why the royalty of the Empire would want to establish this settlement here, but I can tell you it's damn close to where everything's been going on. It'd be weird if it wasn't connected.
Has anything happened to you guys involving the stories of just pure evil that's been going through the land? Or do you think it's part of whatever they're planning? Do you think they're the cause?
Because I don't know. I've seen some scary shit lately.
You mind telling us about it? That might help. we've heard some stories and seen some shit as well.
Because you mentioned that they might turn me into a zombie.
Yeah. That's what it
That's-
seems like they were planning.
Is this not really that new of information to me that there's some worrisome undead in the area? I saw some kind of zombie. Something moving quick. It had claws and sharp teeth. It wasn't like a regular zombie. Alvin told us to not worry about it, that it wasn't coming for us. But it scared the shit out of me.
You guys
That's
might-
it. That's all I know. There's nothing left for me to tell you. I worked for Ernskar. We mostly actually just did logging, if you believe it or not. That not everybody needs to be involved in every scheme, and some of us were just fucking loggers.
I don't think we actually caught your name.
Yeah, what is your name?
Norwood Razor.
You guys
Just
mind?
don't laugh. It's my fucking name, all right?
You guys mind if I take a quick bathroom break?
You do what?
I need to take a quick bathroom
Oh,
break.
okay. Yeah, totally. I would say he looks over at Varric. He goes, you're not really the type to be doing this much intimidating, then, are you?
I have a little experience here and there.
Not more interested in going after those who are worshipping gods who the king doesn't approve of?
I have my duty here. There's others doing that.
And is your duty going to be to kill me?
Probably not, if we're being honest.
Well, then a little bit of truth, then.
Can't say the same for the guy outside.
Hey, fuck that guy. He's a real
Yeah.
shite.
Yeah, we agree on that one.
When you guys like drop the guy off outside, I'm just like poking him really hard in the forehead, just repeatedly.
Just gonna. And then at one point he tries to fucking like headbutt the finger and like jam it in, but I mean he can't do anything. You know, like you just.
I'm just gonna, when he does that, just close my finger and leave a closed fist for his head to slam into.
Just like oh, God.
Slap him in the cheeks a couple times for it. Smack, smack.
While he's doing that, I'd like to just carry on a conversation. So, can people hear Zinnia, or is it just me right now?
Right now it's just you. It seems to just be in your head. There's no like
So
audible.
I'm gonna just start like
Right.
recanting our entire situation to Zinnia
Okay.
while poking the student in the forehead.
She says, "Wait. This is the situation that you're taking us into. This is crazy."
Yeah, this is our lives right now. Excited?
Right. Right. Well, and like you tell her everything.
Yeah, everything. Just
Yeah.
giving her a whole breakdown.
She goes, "Well, clearly there needs to be force applied to your two captives. You need to be getting as much information as you can out of them."
Yeah, I think there's an adequate amount of force inside that.
Which is good. Sometimes force is necessary. Spare the rod, spoil the child, I always say.
Is Lumini in the tent with us?
No, she dipped.
She
Okay,
has
okay.
Yeah, she
plausible
dipped.
deniability.
Yeah.
Yohei, what is your passive perception?
I'm pretty sure it's a 9.
A
Let me pull
9?
it up.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a 9.
It's a 9. Okay. Milo, what's your passive perception?
Hmm.
14.
14.
How do you check that? What do you mean?
It's on the left-hand side of the
Abilities.
character sheet, yeah.
Oh, okay. I was wondering if we could ask that guy, if we could ask Noel what he knows about the tracker we have.
He goes, I don't know really who he is. Probably somebody who Ans got hired from Mirosa.
Okay.
There's a surprising amount of myriad who travel through that house.
So what is it you do? You're a logger? Is that all you do?
And sometimes other things to make money in illicit ways that are easier than real trade.
Like,
Imprisoning a half ogre to fight. for you.
Yeah, what she said. She goes, I ain't never killed anybody before. So there's that. I do have lines.
I would just say, like, what is it you're best at? Sell yourself real quick.
I mean, he's like totally caught off guard by the question. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I grew up in Zadash, and I spent a little bit of time working the fields in Comorda. Just real easy, vineyard work. But all those rich, snooty assholes just weren't my thing. So I headed this way, and now I'm here, and I've been logging with the Red Wheels. I worked originally what set me up was working with the Stossmans up here. I worked for them down there, and then up here, and then I got in touch with some people who were making better money with the Red Wheels. And I mean, I know how to identify certain trees. I can do that pretty good. And I'm a pretty good pickpocket. And he kind of regrets saying that one. You can see the instant look of regret on his face. Oh, man. Yeah. Who the fuck are you? Why are you asking me these questions? What the fuck is going on?
Well, I think, it's probably time to talk to that tracker guy.
And at that point, he is outside, and right after Yohei, you did the fist to his face.
He ran his face into my fist.
Yeah, there you go. Right, there you go. So he is going to, you see, he kind of runs his face in your fist, and as he does that, reaches over with his two manacled hands, and you don't see it, but he is able to grab your light hammer.
Did I see it?
Not with your passive
Oh,
perceptions, you
okay,
guys
yeah.
didn't see it. And he turns around, and he's got bound hands, so the roll's disadvantage, and he rolls a 13 to hit with your light hammer against you, Yohei.
Against me?
Against you.
Oh man, nah, dude.
Your
Dude,
armor
it's bad.
way too high.
So do I roll initiative then? Because I'm gonna take my dagger and stick it in the spot that I had already stabbed him with already.
Okay, all right. I would say he's manacled. I don't think we need to do a full initiative, but he got his attack in. So if you want to roll an attack roll, yeah, go ahead and roll.
Is he already hurt?
I remember his leg.
Yeah, his leg was pretty screwed up, and you guys knocked him out.
20 to
basically.
hit? Dirty 20?
Yeah, it definitely hits. No armor. So he's hurt. He's not like dead, but he's hurt. Yeah, dirty 20 definitely hit.
You think you'd learn after a while.
You want me to roll damage?
Yeah.
6 points of piercing damage.
6 points. And you were going for that same spot in his leg?
Yeah.
Okay. He just gives like a loud and it's muffled because he's got that thing in still, but he just is like, you see him and he starts to get a little woozy.
Woo!
And just kind of drops the hammer and it just thud hits the ground.
Would I hear that inside?
I would say not.
Okay.
But this is right about the time you guys were going to head out
Yeah.
to go grab him. Yeah.
One more thing before we head out.
Sure.
You look like he's not like bleeding out or anything like that.
He's not looking good. Yeah, you're not. I mean, he's woozy. He's definitely woozy. I would say you can make a medicine check if you'd like to
Sure.
kind of
Yeah, why not?
appraise his state.
It's like, yeah, I'm gonna walk over to him, just like, am I gonna have to like fix this guy up before we send him in?
I wanted to do one more thing before we head out.
Sure.
I wanted to turn to Sunja and ask her if there's anything she would like to say or do to Knollwood here.
Okay. She kind of looks at Varric and Aki, the two of you, and she says, Can either of you make lightning?
I can't make lightning, but I can make thunder.
They would shock Sunja to get her to do things.
Oh.
And she kind of almost disassociates a little bit, like she's talking to somebody else. They'd shock her. If you can shock, you should shock.
Okay, so I would like to use Thunder Wave.
Okay, just fucking thunderwave the guy.
I'm gonna ask
Blow the
Varric.
fucking 10 away.
I'm gonna ask Varric and Sunja to like step back out of the range of it.
Okay.
Maybe I should take him out of the tent first.
Your call.
Before you do that, I think I have a better option.
What's your option?
So about how far? If I'm staying in the corner, I'm guessing we like put him in the center of the tent. Like how about
Yeah.
how far?
10, 15 feet. Not too far. It's not a super
Cool.
big tent.
Well, after that dream, I'll go ahead and try to tap into a little bit of what I was feeling then, and kind of focus it in my hand, and kind of want to like will him towards myself.
Okay.
And you see pretty much like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go full Wonder Woman with this. Yeah. You see like a lasso of like electric energy,
Dope.
and I'd like throw it over and like pull him towards myself. So he has to make a strength saving throw of 14.
And he's bound feet and hands, so that's going to be a disadvantage. Yeah, 3 is the roll. Yeah, he just gets pulled, and so this strand of energy shoots out. And Aki, you notice there's almost like a ringing to it, almost like this sustained note of a bell that's both small and the largest bell you've ever heard all at once. This odd, just like singular note that shines out from this energy. Yeah, and you pull him close. Yeah. I would assume there's some
Actually,
damage with that too.
Yeah, it does 5 lightning damage.
Okay, got it.
Nice.
So, it kind of jolts through him, and he kind of, and it like arcs through the binds that he has and travels through, and he just kind of falls over to the ground, passes out, not dead, just, I mean, pretty beat up.
I just look at Sanjay and go, "That good?"
All right, Sunja, do you mind just like throwing him out of the tent for us?
Yeah, he goes, sure. Thanks, Varric. And she just grabs by his legs and just like throws him out, but like in such a way where it like starts flipping him out through the door of the tent. So Yohei and Milo, you guys see right as you're trying to appraise how this guy's doing, this not body, but this like he's unconscious, so it's just limp flying through the air, kind of lands next to you. Milo, what was that medicine check you rolled?
That was a 5.
A 5. I mean, he's bleeding a lot out of his leg.
Well, he's
You don't know
definitely
if it's a lethal amount, but this is now an open wound, and he was already pretty fucked up. You can look and like you see that the wound was a little pussy and like already not looking good.
We're just gonna wait and
You
see.
said he passed out?
No, the guy in the tent passed out. He's still like awake but feeling woozy.
I'd say at that
okay.
time, like I'll step outside because I was going to go grab the other guy.
Yeah.
And
You see Yohei with that
yeah.
dagger in his leg, and Milo looking at it and like looking at the wound and like, wonder how this is.
I'm, just like, I'm not even gonna ask what happened here. Is he good? Is he alive?
Oh, he's definitely alive. You know,
How
for
do you
now.
guys feel about
I'm gonna
being the ones to interrogate him?
us.
Yeah.
I only retaliated because he took my hammer.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd like
I-
that or not.
I'm not
Sounds
the
pretty
intriguing
to
game.
us.
My brother was a lot better at that than I was.
I'll go in there and write down stuff for as long as I can handle it, but I don't really want to. Yeah.
All right. Barrick, looks like
I'm-
you're doing this again.
I'm gonna walk over to him, and I'm gonna slap him with 5 points of lay on hands.
Oh, okay. So it kind of so it heals around. So when he puts the lay on hands, the skin kind of like heals around the dagger. So Yohei, if you want it, you kind of have to pull it out of some fresh skin, which will very, very much hurt even more.
Yeah.
It'll be
And
okay.
just, like what the gets
I
pulled
want
out of the
a dagger,
leg,
so, you know.
and just like. And that does negate like 1 point of the healing damage. There's an extra 1 point of damage just from pulling it out, but he's at least not woozy anymore, and kind of he has a very much look of oh fuck on his face.
All right, Sanja, do you mind dragging this guy into the tent for us?
And she just comes out. She does the same thing with him, grabs him by the leg and just like pulls him up and kind of like holds him upside down as she tosses him into the ground on the tent.
Thank you.
When they go back into the tent, I'm gonna drag the other guy to the wagon with the Kingsguard that was over there.
Okay. Easy enough. You pull him over there and they kind of take a look, and he's got like charred bits on his clothes now. He's still kind of like smoking a little bit from the shock of it. And you bring him up, and the Crown's Guard look, and they look at you, and they look down at him, and they just give just a nod, like, okay. And they help you lift him back up into the cart and throw him in there.
Are
And,
any of them dwarves?
Of the ones that are right here, no. You have seen a couple of them in the group of Crown's Guard here in the settlement, but these 6 in particular are not. There are they're all human in this group. But one of them does make the comment, well, make them easier to transport anyways.
Take care of my axe. As I turn and walk away.
And that you kind of hear him whispering, "Oh, it's his act. That's him. Yeah, they're the new group. Yeah, do they have a name? No, I don't think so."
Okay, so yeah, that guy's in the tent.
Round 2.
Round 2. So I'll save you the spiel here. You can either cooperate with us, and we might treat that leg of yours, or you cannot cooperate and you might lose that leg of yours. It's really up to you. And then I pull the thing out of his mouth,
He spits at you as you do.
and then I shove it back in. Okay, well, nothing to see here. Let's just call off execution. Sanja? And she picks up her axe.
He just says nothing.
Nothing.
He's just got a look on his face.
Derek, how do you feel about doing that lightning thing again?
Oh, you want me to electrocute him like the last guy?
Yeah, I think so.
I'd say you guys can get an intimidation check in at this point.
I was hoping for it.
Okay. I have a +5 to intimidation. Derek, how are you?
+6.
You might roll for it.
You roll with advantage if both of you are doing it.
Okay.
I don't need it. I just got 25.
25. Okay.
I would just say, as I'm saying that, I'll just make my hand kind of crackle with some energy.
Okay. He kind of still has the same look on his face, and just kind of motions to the mouth thing again.
I'll pull it out.
Okay. He says, "You can kill me now, or you can wait till they kill me out there. Doesn't much matter to me."
You don't want to live?
I'm dead already.
Is your loyalty
Not for the-
to Ansgar that strong?
My loyalty is to me.
And who are you?
I'm a tracker. That's who I am.
Is your name's Tracker?
Sure.
Ooh, Strider. Okay, yeah, sure. And you were sent out to track us?
Yes.
Did a poor job.
I think I found you, didn't I?
And we found you.
Then we both did our jobs.
Maybe my name's Tracker.
Oh.
Maybe.
And what use did Ansgar have of you?
He just kind of leans forward. Tracking.
Oh.
You might want to get somebody else for that.
Like I said, I'm dead already, so he'll probably need to.
I mean, you don't have to be, depending on what you say.
Yeah, if you help us, we can ensure your safety and that you live.
You don't get it, do you? You don't know. Oh, you don't know.
Perhaps you can help us understand. I'm not even from here. I'm just doing a job. What do you know about the zombies in that basement? Was that Alrin's little project, his little experiment?
Alrin! You give that little shit too much credit. No, he's just Ansgar's pet.
Was it Ansgar's project?
No. I don't know the name of whoever started that. I don't know the name of the person raising those things.
Do you know the name of the werewolf that tried to kill you?
Mm-mm.
So it was not Ansgar or Alrin who were animating the corpses? Is what you're saying?
Mm-mm. Nope.
But you don't know who it was?
Don't know the name of the person who did any of that.
Definitely doing an insight check.
Yeah, go ahead and roll insight.
That is a 16.
16.
Yep.
You can tell that he is being truthful. He doesn't know the name of the person who did that. But there's deception in the truth.
So what can you tell us about the person, or what will you tell us? Anything?
Because then, I mean, actually, at this point, roll a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Okay. 20 and 14. So 14 plus 6. So a dirty 20.
Dirty 20 at disadvantage. Okay. I know that whoever was doing that needed as many bodies as they could get.
Right, because obviously there were some failed experiments.
They've also been putting in requests to have people drop necromantic scrolls into people who are already dead. Just go to the graveyard, put a little curse, use a scroll. You don't even have to dig them up.
Do you know what his ultimate goal was? Like, just trying to make an army of dead?
You can put two and two together yourself if you want, but that's a little bit above my pay grade. I'm just the tracker.
Right. Well, right now your pay is survival or not. So that's really up to you.
And the more that we understand, the better that we can help to make sure that happens.
We don't want to kill you. And we don't
I
want
think it
to
speaks
go
for
over-
ourselves. We saved you from that werewolf.
We don't want to hand you over to people who will kill you. You know, we're not. That's not the business we're in here. We're just trying to get information to help out this settlement and to keep keep us alive.
And you think a Scourger won't be the one to kill me? If I make the trip, you think the Assembly won't send their ilk to come extract everything from my brain magically and leave me an empty husk anyways?
We don't have to send you to Arosa if you cooperate with us.
So you've got more pull than the Assembly then?
I'm sorry, who's the Assembly?
Aki wouldn't really know. I'd say you can roll a history check if you'd like for the time that you have been there, but I would say roll it at disadvantage.
I would have some sort of knowledge, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you can roll a history check too to see how much.
I'm not even gonna roll because
21.
21. Okay.
Yeah.
So, Varric, you know, I mean, quite a bit about the Cerberus Assembly. It is a powerful group of mages who, they've been around for hundreds of years. They've always been a part of the Dwendalian Empire, who they kind of operate on their own. And there are different positions. You know, there's the Archmage of Antiquities. There's the Archmage of Industry. There are a handful of positions. I would say with the 21, you would even know the current members of the Cerberus Assembly. And you know how much power they have. And you know that when he says, oh, so you have more power than the Assembly? The answer is no. There's no way in hell. Yeah.
Yeah, I know I don't.
Why would they be involved in this then? Is that what you're saying then? That they're involved in this? They have an investment in whatever little sick, twisted experiments going on down there?
The Cerberus Assembly has their own sick and twisted experiments to worry about. They wouldn't let others get away with doing the same without getting the knowledge that they're gaining from their experiments.
So here's what I can tell you. I know for a fact I don't have as much power as the Assembly. What we do have the power right now is whether to send you to them. Now, we don't necessarily have to do that. It doesn't mean they won't find you on their own, but we don't have to assist.
Are you being honest with him right now?
Yeah.
Let's say
in exchange for information.
Roll a persuasion check.
That is a 15.
15. Okay.
Can I also roll a persuasion check?
What would you say to help convince him?
I would say, like, the power is really ours right now. Whether we have more pull than them or not, what happens to you next is definitely up to us.
It kind of weighs. Yeah, go ahead and roll your persuasion check as he weighs his options.
That is a 16 plus 6.
22 and a 15. Send the bard in, man. Jeez, the bard and the paladin. Good cop, bard
Charisma.
Yeah, he kind of looks and says, then tell me where you would send me. Tell me where I would go where they couldn't get to me.
I'm not saying they couldn't get to you. I'm saying what happens to you next is within our power. And if we could protect you, depending on if you want to help us or not, we could do our best to protect you. Like Varric said, they might find you anyways, but we certainly won't lead you to them.
For all we know, you might just disappear.
Because what the hell, I'm dead anyways.
I'd say first you start with, what's your name, Tracker?
Rodney. You're the first person to hear that name in, I don't know, 10 years?
My name's Varric, Rodney.
I'd say it's nice to meet you, but it's not.
Hi,
Likewise.
Rodney. I'm Aki. This is Sanja.
Cause hi, I'm Sanja. Right. Look, I only know some of the stuff I know because I've spent time around some of the higher ranking members of the Myriad in Erosa. You learn to keep quiet and keep your ears open. You could learn more than you are intended to.
How long have you been working with the Myriad? A long time?
All my life. Never known anything else. They gave me the skills to survive. They gave me a place to stay, food to eat, and in return, I had to do what I was already able to do, to track.
And do you think they would protect you?
Now,
No.
you saw what happened. I think they're trying to kill me.
Okay. So is it safe to say that your loyalty is no longer with them? And that they are no longer loyal to you?
Sounds like you're freelance now.
It's been a long day. My allegiances are ever changing.
And what could we gain from keeping you safe?
What information do you want? And he's starting to believe. Like, you see just like the little glimmer of hope in his eye. Like, he's like, I was a dead man. Maybe I'm okay. So you've caught him. You've got him on the hook.
Yeah. What do you think, Varric?
Well, if you are Myriad, like you say, what's going on with this deal that we heard about? Maybe you know a little bit more about our last friend.
It started with a rumor. The clasp over in Taldore. They were looking for a ring they used to be in the possession of. Then the request stopped.
Did they find it?
They must have. I don't know who or why they wanted it, who it was that wanted it, or why they wanted it. Just that the class put out a call for a ring with a jet black stone. A ring called Fracture. There's some town in Taldore, I don't know, 30 years ago, 40 years ago. There's some kind of attacks that were happening, and the ring was involved somehow. I don't know any of those details. Just that once the ring was found, and it was a lot of money they were offering, the Myriad was contracted by a group who had come from Taldore. The Myriad has discovered and used a series of old, maybe ancient tunnels in the area. The Myriad discovered that there is a system under the Dwendalian Empire, at least as Emny Fields, and it's old. And they begun using it. I have used it. And somehow this group knew about those tunnels and negotiated safe passage.
Are you talking about the Myriad?
No.
The group that they did a deal with.
Yes.
Okay.
I'd have to assume that whoever was doing these tests with the zombies are involved. That wasn't Myriad activity, and so by default, I have to believe that's who it is.
You don't think it was Red Wolves?
No, that wasn't Ansgar. It's not his style. He's all bark, a little bite. But he'd prefer to pay someone off rather than have them killed.
Yeah.
Less evidence that way. He's a plotter, a schemer. He doesn't make zombies. Anyways, there's a group of them. I don't know how many. I don't know what they're trying to do. I did catch some kind of talk of druids.
Mm-hmm.
Some kind of, I don't know. Talk of druids. Maybe they're related to druids in Taldore, or I'm working on behalf of somebody, maybe from the Feywild. I don't know.
Do you think that that could have something to do with the things that have been going on and the tragedies that have been happening here in the Demifield?
And he gets a really serious look on his face and says, "There's no doubt that they are the cause."
Okay. I would like to pull Varric aside and go out with and speak with Yohei and Milo too. Leave Sunja to watch him. And just say like, hey, we're getting some really serious information from this guy. I think he could be useful. What if I don't think we can trust him, but I also don't think that we should just let him go to Arosa. They'll kill him for sure. What do you guys think?
Just kind of fill him in on everything that's been talked about.
Yeah.
And this is not 10 minutes after he just tried to take Yohei's weapon and attack him with it. So just
It's some time has passed.
I mean, what I mean is like it's 10 minutes. That's about it since
okay.
he was willing to try and sleight of hand away one of your weapons and attack you with it.
True that.
We're very.
Are you saying we let him go?
I'm not saying we let him go. I'm saying we either, I don't know, keep him. He joins our party.
Did you get all the information from him that you needed?
I'm not sure if it's all of it, but we definitely got some good information. Should we just let whatever happens to him next happen to him?
Sounds like he's Arosa's problem now.
Yeah, I was thinking like, there's no way we can keep him around. We're not gonna be able to trust him.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't
He
necessarily.
said it himself. His allegiance changed by the minute. So
I guess we just leave him with Lumini. I don't think there's more that we can get out of him. What do you think, there?
I don't know. He gave us quite a bit. I'm just hoping. I was wondering if he has like any specific names for anything. A lot of it is. I heard this. There's this group. I mean, he told us about this ring. He told us about the clasp and the myriad.
But all of it's pretty vague.
Garrett.
Yeah.
You had said you had recanted all of this to us, right?
Yeah.
Varric, you said that they're putting scrolls inside of bodies.
Yeah.
I feel like that corresponds with what's in this journal.
Yeah.
Didn't we find a ring?
No, we found a black stone.
Yeah.
Oh shit, that's right.
I
Is it
would say the
Blackstone?
Blackstone was bigger than would be fitting on a ring, not like a small gem that would be on a ring.
Or did the journal talk about a ring?
The journal did talk about a ring, but we didn't find a ring.
Okay, that's what it was. So our buddy.
And I would say without going back and going over the whole bit of the journal pages, the ring was definitely mentioned on most pages.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember a ring coming up before.
Okay.
So it's probably our buddy Alrin. It's been doing this stuff.
Well, no, because he said it wasn't.
He's not necessarily in charge, but he might be the one actually doing the experiments and stuff.
He said it didn't. He thought it was the other group, and Alrin is the mage.
Which you said Alrin is apparently just Ansgard's
Pet.
lackey.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like he gave off that much powerful status.
Yeah, from both of them, they didn't seem like they. I don't think it's Alrin. I think it's whoever this other group is.
This other group kind of sounds very interesting.
But he doesn't seem to have any more information for us about the group, does he?
No, he said something about druids, something about the Feywild.
He said that it's what's been happening in the area is definitely linked to these druids.
Yeah.
From this other group, like undoubtedly.
Do you think that this other group could be druids?
I mean, it would make sense. There's been shape-shifting monsters.
They're literally, yeah. And if we recall this werewolf, maybe that might have something to do
You
with
said it sounded more intelligent than a wolf did.
Yeah, definitely. And it could be a druid with a werewolf ability or a werewolf curse.
I wonder if that hatch led down to this tunnel system.
What
Most
happened?
likely.
The hatch
The
where we
one that
found
the
book,
displacer beast went
zombies, and
down.
Displacer
Oh,
beast.
I definitely think, yeah, this is the same
Yeah.
tunnel system.
And if
And
they're all connected, I mean, they may have, dropped
Collapsed
the ceiling
the
ring
entrance
or something
or-
like that.
yeah.
Yeah.
right, but if it's ancient, I mean, who knows how many more tunnels there might be? There was definitely one in the house.
Absolutely. If it was used by the Myriad, there's got to be entrances all over the place.
I mean, they said there was even a teleportation circle going all the way to Rosa. So I'm willing to bet that if there's tunnels there, there's probably other ways to access them throughout the Zemi fields.
100%.
I also do remember, it'd be fun to go back, but there was a secret passage in Ansgard's house. In
Right,
the
in
lake.
his office.
Oh, yeah, the one that you saw him open.
That might connect down into those tunnels.
Oh, I'd be surprised if it didn't.
I say
Hmm.
we fill Lumine in on all this, see what she says.
Yeah, so we'll go to Lumini and just kind of share all this information with her.
When you guys walk up, she has a little bit of a raised eyebrow, looking at the group and says, "I appreciate your conviction. Not everybody would be willing to do what it takes to get the information they need. What is it you have to report?"
And then we tell her.
We tell her everything.
Just everything? Okay.
Yeah.
She then has a worried but also relieved look on her face and says, "Well then, perhaps this one is able to help us finally put the pieces together. I have to admit, I don't feel comfortable keeping him here at the settlement. It's
He's gotta
a
go.
target. He is a target. But if you think that moving him from Arosa would be a way we might be able to negotiate some of this information away, or get some of this information from him, then we need to come up with a plan. Where we're going to take him, how we're going to take him, and if the other one is going with him."
Well,
Yeah, I don't think that I don't think that taking him to Arosa is the best idea, but I also don't think that leaving him here is the best idea. So, I mean, I don't know what kind of other options or resources
Josh.
you guys have.
How far is Pride's Call?
So Pride's Call is not very far
Not
south.
very far, right?
Yeah, Pride's Call is not very far south. I would say from where you guys are at, it is probably just a little bit longer than the trip to Erosa. If Erosa is 40 miles, it's 45 to 50 miles, but the last bit of it is a little more mountainous.
Hmm.
So there's that, but a very equivalent amount of time.
And would either my mother or maybe one of my other just connections that I have from there, anybody stand out as a potential?
From
I immediately
Pride's
think
Call?
make contact with my mother, yeah, and Pride's Called or something like that. I don't know if I also don't know if where she is. I don't know if
I was gonna say I remember her being in Rexentrim, but if you had her somewhere else, that's totally okay.
So she originally the way that I had it was she was originally in Rexentrim, but then when she finished her career, business, all that stuff, she would have retired to Pride's Call, which is where I
Specifically?
rolled up from.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
that was one of the heroic chronicle things.
Okay, yeah, then absolutely. Then if your mom's in Pride's Call, that's not that far. Not at least not that much farther than Erosa. It would be almost the opposite direction.
Yeah, I look at like the group, and she would definitely know what to do with them, and could at least point them in the
So-
right direction.
Two things. One, do you want to get your mother involved with this?
My mom can handle herself.
Okay. Second thing, Cerberus Assembly is going to have reach anywhere in the Empire.
My mom is also very familiar with the Cerberus Assembly,
Oh.
or at least knows how to maneuver such political intrigue.
Okay. My suggestion was to get him out of the Empire entirely, maybe to the Najri coast.
This could be the first step to that.
Yeah, true.
Okay. How are we going to get him there, Nico?
I figure the dude goes.
Yeah. There's really no other way.
If he
We're not
makes it, he
gonna-
makes it. I'm glad that he's turning around, but
Just
he's
on
not,
his
he's
own?
obviously not the most trustworthy guy. He can't stay here. If he goes anywhere else, he's going to die. And they're going to be looking for groups. I think with his skills, he's got the best chance by going solo.
Yeah. And we explained that to him, like, look, you don't have to do this. We can let you go and you fuck off and just do whatever you want.
But this is
But-
an option.
We are giving you an option to get out.
We have a underground lifeline that we can offer you.
So if he takes it, he takes it. If he doesn't, he doesn't.
I would prefer to send him to with the Kingsguard just to the Empire. Let them question him there.
To the
I guarantee you, no questioning is going to happen.
He's
At
gonna-
least by anyone that we would trust.
I feel like some of these other players are just going to get the exact information we just got, and then they're just going to.
That's going to be it.
And I'm worried that now he knows about us, and that we're prodding and asking questions.
I didn't think of that. That is a scary, valid point.
You know, like
Certainly
who's
something
he gonna
to
run
consider.
into and say, "Hey, there's this group looking into these things, and here they are at the settlement."
Lumini says, well, then perhaps a bit of in between. What if we send a Crown's Guard, not dressed in official garb, with him on his trip to Pride's Call, and we make arrangements for him to be kept there once he is there? I've got connections with others in the area who might be able to accommodate keeping him locked down, not giving him the freedom to do what he wants. But if he understands that his life is on the line, and he is accompanied by a Clown's God, at least one Clown's God, if not two, then we can send the other one to Erosa as a distraction, as a decoy. If we've got no other information out of the other one, then his life is not as valuable. Is that what I'm understanding?
So
And his crimes won't be as severe, I don't think either. I don't think they're just gonna kill that guy. I mean, he doesn't.
I had an idea about it's Knollwood, right? Not Norwood. Is it L
Norwood,
or
yeah.
R?
And Norward.
Oh, sorry, I thought it
That was
was
Norwood.
Knollwood.
You guys know I have terrible enunciation. I'm sorry.
It was NOR. What was the rest?
Norward.
Norward.
Norwood.
And the last name is Razor, Razor, like a razor, but you can tell that that's not a real name.
Yeah.
Samsonite.
So, like you just said, his crimes weren't the worst. This whole idea I have would have to be validated by Sanja. If she felt like him specifically did things to her, then obviously we can't accept that. But if he didn't, and he was just an accomplice in it, and she's able to forgive him, I say we employ him.
Which one is this?
The logger.
Norwood. Okay.
Not
Is that
the one being
dude that
questioned
you guys
right now.
chucked out of the tent.
Yeah.
The
That
guy
one.
laying over the ground over here. All
He's
right.
the guy
Extra
with
crispy right
scorch
now?
marks on him. Yeah.
I was
And
wondering
I hope
about
that was enough. I
He
hope that
seemed
was
like
enough
the
to get
reasonable
her.
one, and you guys chucked him out of the tent.
Yeah. I hope that was enough to get her approval on this. Like that's yeah.
But
But
I like your idea of like asking Sunja about it.
What kind of
the
skills did he have?
he was a logger that could specifically identify certain trees and has some skill with that.
That would
And
definitely help
probably-
out our settlement if he would be willing to supply
And
us with wood.
we
Probably
wouldn't have to
familiar.
send Crown's Guard with him to Erosa.
And he's probably familiar with the area enough that, yeah, it could be really helpful.
I say as long as people are just keeping an eye out.
Are they tracking all this in Erosa? Are they expecting this?
I don't think they know yet.
She goes, I've requested silvered weapons, and I've requested extra Crown's Guard, so they will be aware that something is going on, but I have been very sparing with my details.
There we go. We could, yeah, there's a werewolf in the area, but there's no knowledge of these two.
Yeah, I think that's a
We don't have to send any troops anywhere. Well, we can send one or two with Rodney the tracker. But, yeah, we cut down how many we lose.
Lumini kind of looks over to Yohei and says, you have reservations. I would think that, and she looks to your shield, one who bears the standard of the righteous brand would be interested in creative outcomes.
I could send ahead to the man who trained me, Grendick Williams, if you guys would like somebody to probably pick up the package, as you will. But I would prefer that these men pay for their crimes as soon as possible.
Then what punishment can we dole out to them? Where's your... You said, where was the man who trained you? Where was he stationed?
Nicodranus.
So then we sent him to Pride's Call first, and then to Nicodranus, where there are righteous brand who can take custody of him and make sure that he is not allowed to escape. We remove him from the area of danger. My concern is that there is still a myriad presence in Nicodranus. But word may not reach there in time for us to make a move. It is a risky plan, but there may be great reward if he is as bountiful in information as you say.
And I mean, if they're like anything like Yohei, I don't think the Myriad's just going to walk up to their door. I'm
Agreed.
just saying.
You make a valid point.
Grendick-
It would be
Grendick
foolish.
is quite capable.
Mhm. So it would be foolish to attack the righteous brand in the open in Nicodranus. The Empire has quite a vested interest in keeping their trade routes open. Well then. Shall we send 2 with him? Dressed down to look as regular travelers and send him to Pride's Call?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
It's better than the 6 we were going to send to Eurosa.
Well, then I will make some discreet communications myself to secure passage from Pride's Call to Nicodranus. It will have to be through some maybe dangerous terrain, but I think we can accommodate that.
Yohei, I think you and I need to draft up some letters.
Well then, I will take care of my business. And what did we decide on Norwood?
My plan is to employ him, but like I said, this is a group. We all have to make the decision.
Maybe that could be his punishment. Maybe he does community service.
He made Sunja work.
He
There
gets
you go.
he gets to fulfill a stint of community service for a term that Yohei finds satisfactory. And then that would just be his lumbering thing if he wanted like something hard labor. And if he wanted to get a career afterwards, cool.
Perhaps reclaiming and salvaging wood that is good for building, but is not trees that are taken down. Yohei, I've heard you have a tendency towards reclaimed wood instead of freshly cut timber.
That's just preferably for my bar. If you guys need fresh wood for protection in your homes, you're more than welcome to take what you need. But I would prefer not to partake in that.
A bit of punishment and a bit of gathering resources.
Do you feel confident that you can, keep an eye on him, keep him from escaping?
And that's, to that point, it is still a risk. We
Yeah,
may
we-
still have people trying to kill him.
Yeah,
So it
that's
may
true.
behoove him to stay a bit close to us.
That is true. He knows that if he leaves,
He's as good as dead.
I feel like that's a better chain than anything.
I have
So I had a question.
Mhm.
When we were in combat with the werewolf, was it going after one of them specifically or just both? Did we notice that?
I mean, the one guy said that they sent the werewolf. They both said the werewolf was coming to kill them.
If I remember correctly, it did try and attack them both.
Yeah.
But I would say that the vibe you guys got was that it was going for whatever one it could try and attack.
Okay.
It told me that it wanted both of them.
Okay. Oh yeah, you're right.
So Lumini looks to the group and then says, "Then I have one very important question for all of you. Are you ready to make enemies out of the Myriad?"
I feel like we already kind of did.
Yeah, we already made enemies with their partners.
Yeah.
Who's to
Yeah,
say
we
we're
don't-
not already on their shit list?
I feel like being proactive is always a smart choice. We must maybe prepare ourselves for that coming clash, since we already stepped in it.
Might need some lumber to build up some defenses.
Lumber.
Well then, if that is the case, then I think our plans are set. I will do what I need, and we will discreetly send this Rodney to Pride's Call. I will send 2 of my best, most trusted men to make sure that he gets there.
Would it
Milo,
not behoove us to send both of them?
that
That's
is
a
up to
valid-
you.
That's so valid.
I mean, wouldn't it? Yeah. I mean, especially because now they're not going to Erosa, so they don't have that huge party. I think 2 people with him would be better than just one, because that guy's like shifty.
No, I'm talking about both the prisoners.
Oh,
I love the upside of the wood and lumber Varric, but I mean, having them consolidated, and they did break. They tried to attack us and stuff like that. They should serve something.
Did he ever attack us? The bandit?
Oh no, he was just kind of
Being a dick.
yeah.
No, but he enslaved an ogre and forced it to
Oh, there you
fight
go.
our
Yeah,
army.
And that's why I said it was up to Sanja to
Yeah.
forgive him or not.
that's true.
Let's see what
I like that. If Sandra says no, then he goes.
she might not want to see him at the fucking settlement.
Yeah, it's very true.
Might just be trauma for her. So let's ask
Yeah.
her.
Okay. So I'm gonna do a roll here. If it's 10 or below, Sunja does not want him there. If it's 11 or higher, Sunja is willing to forgive.
All right.
18. Sunja is happy to forgive and forget and move forward with Norward. She would tell the group, not like Razor before, but if he gets shocked if he does something bad, then that works. That worked on me, and it works him too.
I have plenty of shocking to give.
Good. She looks a little nervous for a second when you say that, but then kind of calms down. So Sunja's okay with it. It is up to you guys.
All right.
She's so wise.
So are we in agreement? I feel like this kind of has to be a unanimous thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like we're in agreement.
All
Yeah.
in. Team Tuna.
What?
The tuna. They fell
Flying
from
tuna.
the sky. I
He's
thought it could be a
referring
team.
to the
Flying
fish that's
tuna.
smacked.
Team Flying Tuna.
Team Tuna.
Oh, right. Yeah, Team Tuna. Yeah.
And with that, with the hands in on the 1, 2, 3 tunas, that's where we're gonna take our break.
Distance.
Cool. So we will be back. We'll call it 4:00 Pacific time, and we will go with the second half of our session.
Woo!
Muted.
So there's still a lot of dice, man.
Yeah.
So what?
Oh, one of his things.
Oh,
Dude, I've been taking notes like a motherfucker.
Mhm.
This has been heavy.
hey, you guys went with interrogation and
Oh, yeah.
as your activity.
Very
That
informative.
That was
Yeah.
interesting. I was surprised that you guys wanted me to do it. I was like,
Yeah, my guy's kind of like not aligned for interrogation, I don't think. Also, he's like a 17-year-old college kid.
Dude,
Right.
just tell us. Like, come on. I mean, you have a +6 to persuasion and shit. It's pretty obvious why we chose that.
I was gonna say the bard's awesome for it.
yeah, I
Anything charisma.
have +5 to intimidation, a +6 to persuasion.
Bingo.
Yeah, I mean,
why.
good cop, bard cop is a pretty successful strategy.
Yeah.
in this game.
Dude, the fact that we got 2 in the group is so entertaining.
So cool. I love it.
Yeah, I got dog shit I got +1, so.
It's a plan. He's like dying of heat in my living room.
Dude, it's supposed to be hot as balls out there right now, man.
If it gets too hot, just come in here and be on my screen with me.
Yeah, I'm not tripping.
Because it's supposed to be like 100 degrees out there right now.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, like we work outside in this, so it's nothing new.
Okay, yeah, I got you.
And I wear a beanie there too, so
Fair enough.
I still hate it.
Okay. So, real quick, Milo, for you, just give me an idea of what you're writing in this second letter to your mother,
I'm gonna
And-
write. Ooh,
because this is a day after your first letter.
yeah.
So she will have been notified of some of the situation, because if I remember correctly, you fully explained everything that was happening.
I would like to. Is there a way to be as accurate with her as possible, but as vague as possible to other people?
You do have illusory script still.
I do have illusory script. Still.
If you have it prepared and want to burn the spell slot.
Spell slots. I'm actually gonna do. I'm gonna use a new feature. So I do want to do illusory script.
Okay.
I'm only going to be able to do it for. I guess I can do it both times. Yeah, I'm going to cast it ritually.
Okay.
Real quick, but I'm going to bump it back down to an action with a thing that I can do.
Okay.
Ritual spells for the Awakened Spellbook.
Okay. Which just snaps it to being super quick.
Yeah, when you cast a
regular
regular spell as a
casting
ritual, you can use the spell's normal casting time rather than adding 10 minutes to it. Once you use this benefit, you can't do it again until you finish a long rest.
Okay. Sure, easy enough. And then you
Yeah,
want to
yeah.
ritual cast it the second time?
And then I'll ritual cast it. Do I have enough time just to ritual cast it twice?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
You
just
guys,
gonna do
there's
that.
no time. Yeah, I would say there's no real time constraint
I
for you
thought you
guys. so
said
it's up to
unless
you.
you wanted to do with an action, like I had to do it now. No, yeah, I'd just do the ritual stuff twice and do it for both Yohei
Sure.
and Milo's.
So you're just gonna break down everything and just
Pretty much, yeah, just exact detail. And then I'm also going to prestidigitation a ring on my finger. I think I can do this, right? Small objects, and I'd like to make like my seal, which, if you'll allow me, I'd like to have be it something that I've been doing, if that's okay.
Yeah, totally. That's fine.
And it's just it's an MH with a dragon wrapped around the M and H.
Okay, very cool.
Stamp it in there, and then it just poofs off my finger.
Okay, awesome.
Like a wax seal.
Yeah, wax.
Okay, got it. Yohei, what is gonna be your letter to your former not kind of commanding officer, training officer.
I'm saying, Gendrick, we are sending a prisoner to you in Nicodranus that worked for Red Will. Claims that Red Will. Well, what was the guy's first name? The Red Will dude's first name?
Ansgar.
Worked for Ansgar Red Will. Claims that Ansgar Red Will is also working with the Myriad. And this prisoner claims it's not safe in Erosa. And so we are sending him to you for not only questioning, but also safety.
Okay, got it. And Milo can do his illusory script on that so that only Gendrick can read it. Okay, you send it off. You know the letter to Nicodranus will take a little bit longer than the one to Pride's Call. Pride's Call you could expect, especially if they're going through messenger birds, fairly quick. You can expect that if it's morning now and you're sending it out, your mom will probably have this message by tomorrow, depending on how the wind's blowing, maybe even sooner. You guys get that off. Nicodranus will be a little bit longer, though. You have to cross the Sirius Mountains from there, but still, messenger bird would be quicker than any other route that besides magical. So with that, you guys, yes, sir.
Nicodranus, is that the Kryn?
No, Nicodranus is on the Menagerie Coast.
Okay.
It is the second largest city on the Menagerie Coast, next to Port Damali.
Is that like the capital? Oh, sorry. So Port Damali is the capital?
Port Damali is the largest. So they're kind of like city-states, basically. Yeah. And they're all a part of the Clovis Concord. They all each have their own ruler or administrator for their specific
and city. What's the big capital out in Kryn Dynasty?
Xhorhas.
Xhorhas. Okay.
Xhorhas.
Thank you.
Sure, absolutely. Xhorhas is also known as Rosanna.
Yeah, I think Rosanna's the capital.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Here, let me get that straight here.
I mean, I didn't mean for it to be a thing.
No. Yeah, so Xhorhas is the region. Rosanna is the capital.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, we're not even that late in the morning. We are probably, you guys were heading out when you saw it, not even past 10 a.m.
So the logger guy's going to stay in the camp? That was the choice?
You guys tell me. Okay, he's going to stay and help. So we're just sending Rodney.
Rodney the Tracker.
So then is it cool? I guess I'll be taking my battle axe back then from that group that was going.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Someone just out there swinging it.
Right.
Oh, man, I never got the chance to.
So there's a Crowns Guard who comes over and he's just a very disappointed look on his face. Just kind of, thanks for letting me use it, but here you go, Yohei.
Like kicks a rock.
I'm sorry, bud.
Oh man.
Got silver on it, man.
Gonna kill the werewolf himself.
Yeah, he had such big dreams.
Yeah. He's gonna get a promotion.
So with that, you guys have the day to do what you would like.
Should we maybe try and brainstorm about how to find a ring?
I mean,
if they find it? It's
gonna be with the Red Wills, you know.
Do we know if they found it?
It was in the journal, wasn't it?
Did they? Because I thought that was their testing stuff, and it said it was like successful, and the ring controls the zombies. But also, man, how long have they been doing this? If they pop, things just start popping out of the ground under the control of like one guy, that's a problem.
So it says, test 1 was with the ring and a dead body. Like they tapped the ring.
So they do have it. They didn't lose it or anything like that. But that's not what we were. Okay.
Yeah, we didn't find it. I think it's worth checking out what's going on up at the lake. That puts us in close proximity of where they were, so Maybe
Yeah.
they have something to do with what was going on at the lake.
I agree. I'd like to go check it out.
I think so too.
There was still the lockbox that you guys found. That is still unknown what is in there. Just as a friendly little DM reminder. But besides that, there was no sign of a ring or, like I said, the black gem that you guys found was too big. It was definitely not for a ring.
Well, that's right. We do have to
Ring is in the box.
The box. I mean, now,
It
mind you,
could-
the box is very big. The box is much bigger than just a ring. It's not a
Yeah,
ring size
but
box.
I saw a smaller box inside. The smaller box was magic, right? No, never mind. That was the actual chest.
No, there was something inside.
I didn't see anything within this box. Okay. Because it was just
We
the
could give it another shot.
observation.
If you want
You
to
guys
try
want
the
me to break it?
inspiration again.
So the magic that Milo had seen was kind of an enchantment to protect it from physical damage.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't, and I'm not good enough to take that off of there.
We can give it another shot.
Hey, and I whip it out. Well, maybe we should, before I pull it out, maybe we should go somewhere a little bit more
private.
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 And I do want to say, if I remember correctly, you guys had done a check to recognize some of the writing or some of the symbols on the top of the box.
Ooh,
Yeah, it was.
Was it
It was.
Abjuration.
Well, no, it was Elvish, and it
Oh,
was
yeah, that-
very loosely related to Malaismere, which was a fallen elven city / culture kind of. But yeah, you guys, where would you guys like to go that's more private?
we can go to my place. I haven't done anything with it, but
Yep, sounds good.
Yeah, it's fine.
let's do it.
You guys walk in and see Milo's very humble abode so far. More keen to spend money on spells and magical items than
A lot of
decoration.
canvas, a lot of papers, a lot of wax, a lot of ink.
Okay. And you come in and take out the box and start inspecting it. And Milo, you hear in your head, that's quite the craftsmanship.
Oh, Zinnia, what do you think of this box?
What?
You all hear Milo say out loud.
Who's
You all right, Milo?
Zinnia?
Yeah, he was
yeah.
doing the same thing while I was poking the guy in the forehead.
I'm sorry, guys. I some new developments came along, and then I kind of tell him about like the discovery and manifestation of Zinnia.
So this isn't like an Alivor type development.
I don't think so. No, this is.
Or someone's just talking in your head.
Oh, right.
I mean, you're not really just playing with me, right?
He goes, no, absolutely not. You saw me change the text on the page.
yeah, that's right.
I made it 3-dimensional images and then flattened back onto the page.
There's a lot of weird magic out there. I just wanted to be sure. We've seen a lot of things recently.
She says, the box is quite good craftsmanship. It will take quite a bit of skill to open it. And she kind of, you almost feel like yourself getting a magical look up and down yourself. And she goes, I think you'll probably need some help if you're going to be doing that. Maybe some kind of other enhancement.
That's what I was afraid of.
And just to remind you guys, it is a advanced locking mechanism that is working against your pins. So you have to roll a disadvantage. There's also a DC 25 to open it up.
All right.
And if you get below a 10, usually it's a 1 in your tools break. On this one, because it's working against you, if you get below a 10 on your roll, your tools will break.
Okay. I'm gonna walk over and channel a little Pelor in my hand. Touch your shoulder and say, "Yeah, you got it, little guy," and you have guidance.
Who are you
Oh,
talking
Guidance it is.
To Milo.
And that's a D4, right?
Yep.
and you want me to try and pick this?
Hey, give it a shot.
You have inspiration too, right?
I do.
Ew.
So that would
Um,
offset, so you get a straight roll.
Can I also give him Bardic Inspiration?
No reason not to.
I'll give you
Yeah.
Bardic Inspiration. You're gonna need it.
What's the what kind of tune are you playing for him while he does this?
I'm gonna take out my my dulcimer.
Okay.
I'll play some like low, slow, dirgy heavy metal.
all right. This is my only set of tools. This is my only apprehension for this.
I mean, we'll just pay for your stuff like we always do.
I'm
So
poor. I'm so poor. Yeah, I'm gonna go for it.
Yeah, so it's a straight roll. Plus Bardic Inspiration, plus Guidance.
Can I hold a reaction to silvery barbs? It's a 17
On the roll?
on the roll. Yeah.
Ooh. So it's gonna be your
Yeah.
proficiency bonus plus your dex.
All right. 17, 19, 21. Dirty. Yeah.
Plus guidance, plus
Plus
Bardic
guidance.
Inspiration.
So with the Bardic Inspiration,
D6.
that's, D6. Oh, 1,
Fuck.
22, and then that was guidance was just advantage or the
No,
straight.
guidance is D4.
Guidance is D4.
Oh, D6. All right, cool.
So you gotta get a
4,
3 or
man.
higher. Or is it a 4? Or are you at 21 or 22?
I got a 22 right
22.
now.
So you gotta get a
Gotta get
3 or higher. So it's a 50-50 chance. Flipping a coin.
Oh. It was a 1. It landed on the floor, though. It was a 1.
It did land on the floor.
It landed on the floor. That's up to Josh, though.
All right, but make sure it gets in the tray this time.
Okay.
If it's off
I
the
do
table.
have. I could. Can I? So it's still silvery barbs myself. I guess. It's 3.
There you go. So,
Thank you, guys.
Of course.
what happens here is you hear this dulcimer music coming from Aki, and that kind of really just loosens you up, and you feel this almost just like energetic magic dancing through your fingertips after Alivor gives you guidance. It's almost just like electric. You get a little bit extra sensation on your fingertips so that you can kind of judge the feel of it just a little bit more. And so you go in and you kind of go and you, with that, you're relaxed, you start moving it through, and you feel it start to push against you. And it does, and you let it at first. You let it, and then you go back in right after. You get the pace of once it pushes away, you have this time to go back in, and that's when you want to go and unlock it. And you're going, and you do it 3, no, and then you hear in your head, wait an extra half second, and then push it farther than you'd expect from Zinnia. And click, turn it, and open it up. And you do see in front of you a collection of items. There are on both sides, one on each side, a dagger. There is a carved wood axe. It almost looks like it has carved into its side, and on the blade, even though it's made of wood, there's almost like it looks like eyes, almost knots in a tree, but maybe eyes. It's kind of hard to tell. And then at the bottom, there are 2 rings as well. Now, the big thing to notice, these 2 rings, you can immediately look and see that neither of these rings look as the described ring with the black stone. But I will go in here and drop in Discord what each of these items look like.
Oh. Well, if we've got 20 minutes, I'd like to. Do you guys have time enough for me to maybe figure out what these things are and what they can do?
Oh yeah.
So I'm gonna first cast Detect Magic, and then right after that start Identify.
And also, I missed it. I said 5 things. There's actually 6 things next to the axe. So the axe is kind of in the middle, and next to it is what looks to be some sort of club or mace that has a blue sphere in the center of it that it is holding, and almost like wood or driftwood wrapped around it. But if you guys check Discord, then you will see what you find.
Right.
Ooh.
Oh, dang. It's like the Arkenstone dagger or something. Prismatic parrying dagger.
Weird wood.
Weird wood axe.
Oh, dude, that looks dope, man. These are all sick looking.
Is that like one-handed?
Gallard's typing.
Oh no!
What? What I missed?
So I dropped the pictures of the items into Discord, and Gellert saw since he's not there to see.
He's not here, yeah.
He said,
Man,
"Damn,
y'all
y'all finding some good shit."
What you have to kill?
So with that, I can give you guys a description, if you would like, of each of the items and what they do.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, all of the items are in D&D Beyond as well, programmed into your characters. So, let's see. To give the breakdown here.
Have fun babysitting Sanja. Who's Boonazard? Is that you, Milo?
Oh, that's a buddy of ours.
Oh. Is he the one that was gonna be with us?
Yeah, maybe at one point, yeah, probably.
The one that plays Yu-Gi-Oh?
Oh no, that's Coker,
No.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh wow, okay, I'll take all my gold back that I gave you last session then.
yeah.
Oh. Let me get this stuff. So we'll do the daggers first. The blue one with it kind of has a blue glow to it with a slight fog that's just emanating from the dagger itself. Chilling mist wafts from the blade of the dagger. It has 3 charges. It's called the Misty Shiv. It regains all expended charges daily at dawn. As a bonus action, you can expend 1 charge to cast the Misty Step spell from the dagger. Upon reappearing, the next attack you make with this dagger before the end of the turn deals an extra 1d6 cold damage on a hit.
Ooh. Sweet.
The other dagger, the prismatic parrying dagger. This weapon, let's see. Yeah, here we go. This magic weapon stores deflected kinetic energy and releases it as a prismatic blast. As a reaction while wielding the dagger, you can add 2 to your AC against 1 melee attack that would hit you. You must be able to see the attacker. If you successfully parry the attack, the first time you hit with this dagger on your next turn, the target takes an extra 1d6 damage. The type of damage dealt corresponds with the number rolled on the d6. 1 is psychic, 2 is acid, 3 is lightning, 4 is cold, 5 is fire, and 6 is poison. The weird wood axe. This one is a hand axe, and while it's on your person, you cannot be surprised, except when you're incapacitated. Additionally, you have advantage on opportunity attacks made with the axe. When a hostile creature that you can see moves out of the axe's normal throwing range, you can use your reaction to throw the axe at the creature. The attack occurs before the creature leaves the axe's normal range. The mace, the wood around the blue sphere, is the Mace of Swells. Gnarled within the drifted handle of this mace is an orb of elemental water. You gain a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this magic weapon, and it can be used as a spellcasting focus. As an action, you can summon a protective bubble of water from the mace to surround you. The bubble is just large enough to enclose you entirely. Water cannot pass through the bubble, and inside it is breathable air. The bubble is stationary and floats in the spot in which it was created for 1 minute. It's dispersed if a larger creature or object passes through its space. You can pass through the bubble freely, although a creature other than yourself treats the area as difficult terrain. Any ranged weapon attack that passes through the bubble has disadvantage on the attack roll, and fire damage is halved if the fire effect passes through the bubble to reach its target. And it has a bubble beam. When you take the attack action while you're within the bubble, you can replace one or more of your attacks with a special water blast attack. Choose a target that you can see within 60 feet of you and make a ranged weapon or spell attack roll, and it deals 2d6 bludgeoning damage on a hit.
So that screams Yohei.
Yeah, I might as well just hand it back to him.
Yeah.
The icy-looking ring is Cold Hand. The iron band is ringed with frost and can be embedded with milky blue uncut Larimar. The hand upon which you wear the ring is pale and ice cold to the touch. It has 3 charges and regains all charges at dawn. You can expend 1 charge while wearing the ring to do one of the following. Chilling Blow. When you hit a target with an unarmed strike or melee weapon attack, the target takes an extra 2d6 cold damage and must make a successful DC 13 con save. Or it can't take reactions, and its speed is halved until the end of the next turn. Or Ice Javelin. When you take the attack action, if your ring-wearing hand is free, you can replace one of the attacks with a special thrown weapon attack. As part of the attack, you summon a javelin made of ice and throw it at the target you can see within range. The ice javelin uses the damage die and weapon properties of a typical javelin. Hit or miss, it then explodes. The target and each creature within 5 feet must succeed on a DC dex saving throw or take 2d6 cold damage. And then finally, Fletcher's Ring. While you're wearing this ring, when you make a ranged attack with a bow or crossbow, you magically summon the ammunition as part of the attack. Arrows or bolts summoned by this ring disappear after they hit or miss their target. Attacks with these arrows are considered magical for overcoming resistance and immunity to non-magical attacks and damage. It has 4 charges. You can make it an excruciating arrow that inflicts massive pain, having the target creature's movement speed. A penetrating arrow that travels through the target in a straight line for an additional 20 feet. The nearest creature in that area is also hit by the attack if the attack surpasses its AC with 3/4 cover. You do a tethering arrow that creates a tether from you to the target, which is kind of like a hook shot. It is the exact length of the distance fire between you and the target. It can be used as a rope to climb or to leash yourself to a target creature and can hold up to 500 pounds. Or a whistling arrow. The arrow whistles loudly as it flies through the air. Creatures within 60 feet of the flight path have disadvantage on perception checks to hear anything else until the end of your next turn. And that is the items that you find. You guys look in this box, and it is old. These items are old. They've been in this box for a long time. And you're not quite sure where they came from or why this group had them. But that is what you find.
Sweet, there's enough items for one for each of us and Sunjan.
I'd like to take the box and just put it back in the bag of holding.
Okay.
Well, preferences?
I would like the cold hand ring.
I think that would be perfect. I have no issues with that at all. Varric. What's your name again?
Yeah.
What was the prismatic parrying dagger again? Sorry.
You can use your reaction, and if you do, you add 2 to your AC. If that stops the attack, then on your next attack you make with the dagger, it deals extra damage, and the damage type is dependent on what the roll is for damage.
Ooh, that's cool.
Cool. I have a pretty low AC, so I like that.
If you'd like that one, I wouldn't mind taking the Misty Shiv. I think that would be nice for me at the moment.
I would be happy with the Mace of Swells or the axe with the eyes on it.
Well, I think at the present time you can carry both of them. As I hand him over the axe, or the axe as well.
And Yohei, when
Wait,
you touch the handle of this axe, you almost feel like your awareness is expanded a little bit. You kind of almost do a look around, but you feel weird. You put your orientation back to normal, but it still feels like you're looking around.
Gellert, he has a crossbow, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm.
So Fletcher's ring would be good for him.
Yeah.
I think that's everything.
I believe so.
I believe so.
Like I said, you guys can add these to your character sheets in D&D Beyond. They should be in there so that you guys can use them through the app.
Hell yeah. So
And you
for
said it's the weird wood axe? Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
It should match the title of the items that are in Discord on those pictures.
Right.
I'll tell you, you guys got that open a lot sooner than I thought you would.
I wasn't expecting that at all, man. I was like, this isn't gonna work. Everybody's like throwing dice at me. I was like, oh shit, this might work.
That's
So I was
why
like, I
I told
didn't
you
have
to
my
do it,
shit
man. I was like,
together. I
oh,
was
that's
like-
right. I have guys.
That's why I was like sitting here. I was like, okay, what do I roll next? Just tell me, because
The only axes I have coming up are Woodcutter's axe and Axe of the Dwarvish Lords.
Let me see here.
that second one sounded pretty cool. Gotta say, guys, I was really hoping that the fractured ring was in here.
I'm telling you, they
And-
have
and-
to have it.
Yeah, I was gonna say for
That's
for
a very
a
scary
you guys do like you open it up and you see the rings and you're like, great, here it is. But by it's very quick to see that these rings look very, very different.
Hey, I'm gonna head out of the session if that's okay.
Oh sure.
I haven't been able to take my medication the last couple of days, so I just got really tired. So
Yeah, sure, not a problem at all.
I'm going to head out. But
Okay. I'll be putting this up online so you'll be able to watch it and see what happens.
awesome.
I feel
Take
better.
care of Sunja for me.
Yeah, feel better, totally.
Thanks.
I
Bye,
will
guys.
say you and Alivor are staying with Sunja, so works
Okay,
perfect.
perfect. All right, have fun.
Right, bye guys.
Bummer.
Okay, so then there were 3. Let me get this going here real quick. Flynn, for the sake of today, I'm just going to send you the stats for it, and then I'll troubleshoot getting it into your character sheet.
Okay, that's cool.
But that way we can get going here. Let me do this real quick.
Does the box still lock and everything like that? It still functions and everything, right?
It still functions, but you also don't have a key to it.
Yeah.
You opened it, but you don't have
That's
a key.
true. That'd be terrible. Just try and lockpick it again every time.
Okay, let's see.
We'll have to do spell stuff later for that, maybe.
You could also ask Bowen.
Yeah.
There we go.
Is that where you thought the items would go?
Me? Oh,
Yeah.
to the people? That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised by that distribution.
I mean, the Mace of Swells was like on the
Okay. Let's see.
I was gonna say, well, now Varric definitely has got a little bit of range.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I was gonna ask. So with that, I have to stow the glaive before I can throw a javelin.
Okay.
That
I would say, if you don't have a shield, you can hold the glaive in your left hand and throw the javelin with the right hand.
Perfect. I do not use a shield.
If you have a shield, then you wouldn't be able to do that. You'd have to drop, and then it would be a bonus action to switch weapons.
Okay.
And then Yohei, go ahead and refresh your D&D Beyond. I actually think I got it on there for you.
Oh, okay.
Well, like I said, I like that we just got some awesome
Oh, yep.
items. As I look at my new
Is there?
dagger, but I really wish that other ring was in here. So now what do we do? Where should we even start? What's that?
So we press. We already, we should have a good idea like where it is. Like whoever was over there doing these experiments probably still has it.
And we're going to. You guys want to go to Daggermore, right?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Let's do it.
So you guys taking the cart, or how are you traveling?
Yeah. I mean, we could take the cart, I guess.
We could probably leave the cart and take just the horses, couldn't we?
I was kind of thinking maybe.
We need an extra horse.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm a dwarf, right?
Well, that's true. Put the dwarf and the teenager on the same horse.
There you go.
Legolas situation.
I mean,
Probably be faster if
actually,
we just take the
kinda
horses.
is.
We can do it.
Okay.
How much would it cost me just to rent another horse for the day?
Oh,
Just
not
a
much.
horse.
Like probably she gave you a deal before, but I would say like 5 silver.
I mean, I don't mind sharing the horse, Yohei. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. I also don't mind taking the cart. We might find something.
True.
True.
And I mean, I
Yeah,
don't
let's take the cart. I'm okay with that.
magic.
Well,
to
how much space is in the bag of holding?
I mean, it can carry like another 400 pounds.
Yeah. I mean,
But it's
unless
also, I think,
whatever
like a-
we find is too big.
Yeah, that's my thing.
Yeah.
And it might be a person.
True.
Something.
Yeah, let's take
Another
the wagon.
captive.
I can drive the
Just
wagon. That's not a
rolling
problem.
in, man.
All right. So you guys pile onto the wagon. Yohei, you're up front. Go ahead and give me just a general animal handling check for your ride out to the Daggermore.
I'm gonna leave Oakley here for this. Yeah.
You've got other
So I
people
got a
too. So
18, but plus my proficiency for the wagon, it's a 20.
20, nice, dude. 20. Okay. With that, I would say that even though you've got the cart with you, it's a quick trip. Not quite as quick as if you had just taken the horses, but with that high of an animal handling check, it's a pretty quick trip. Milo and Varric, what are you guys doing during the trip? Are you guys both back, or is one of you up front on the driver's bench?
I'd be in the back, probably just checking out my frozen hand that I have now.
Yeah, is it possible
Yeah,
to
choose
attune
weapon.
these?
Yeah.
Tuning these the way
I'll
through.
just say
Yeah.
that you took an hour rest before heading out. You left at noon instead of 11.
Okay.
It's great minds, right? Everybody's
I like
thinking
how
the same
all you guys were like, wait, did we?
thing. I'm gonna take out my dagger. and
Wait a
take
minute.
that.
Okay, so you guys head out, and we'll say, yeah, you leave about noon, and within an hour of traveling, the clouds settle in. It gets to be a very gloomy day, almost unnaturally quickly. There's not like in a concerning way, but you can almost feel like the land is unsettled with the knowledge that you all have learned. And after about an hour and a half, there's a little bit of a fog, not anything unnatural or anything concerning again, just a light fog, which in the middle of the day is, normally a little unusual, but given how cold it is right now, the fact that you're out in the semi fields,
Can I?
you're not considered what's up?
I was gonna say, can I? If it's getting foggy and stuff like that, can I send Blot out just about? I don't know, like 60 feet or something like that, or however hard distance is.
Right.
What's that?
120 is the range to keep communicating.
Okay, so like yeah, 120 feet. Wherever the vision starts to be like non there, yeah. Put him out there and just into a little bead, like just a ball of a sensor. Of
Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
He has -2. That's right. 2.
Two.
He's the best.
Yeah, you're just like so. Basically, every now and then, Zinnia from your book, I do need to make that distinction. Zinnia from your book, will just say, "What's going on? Where are we now?
Oh,
Where are we going?"
Josh, I am so sorry. I didn't think I misunderstood something today. I wanted to confirm something. Zinnia is in 2 places now.
No.
Or
Well, yes, I get what you're saying.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the original one is still named that?
Yeah.
Can we I'd like you to come up with a name for the sentience of the book then.
Okay.
I didn't mean to do that, yeah.
Okay. When you said
I
that, I was
thought
like,
you had implied that in your messages earlier, and so
oh, I see. Okay.
yeah, that was my bad. So I would way prefer it to be a different name.
Okay, got it. Okay. Personality still the same.
Jotting notes down.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. I understood either way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like when you're saying, I was like, yeah,
Yeah, I was feeding off of that, and I was like, oh yeah, I was like, that's what he must have meant. No.
Okay, got it. So she will say then that she has not named herself. You gave her the option to name herself, and it was kind of well, I'll have to wait and see who I am until I name myself. That is what makes sense.
Appreciate it. My bad.
No, it's totally okay. So she'll pop into your head. Where are we? Where are we going? What's going on?
They just hear me start to talk.
Okay. Every now and then you guys just hear Milo muttering some words. But you travel through, seems to be okay. Varric, why don't you give me a perception check too if you're keeping an eye out on the trail and everything.
That is a 21 total.
21 total. Okay. You notice that the colder it gets, and this isn't that unusual, but the colder it gets throughout the day, you guys get to be about 4 or 5 in the afternoon. It's not dark or anything yet, but starting to cool off a little at least. Starting to get quieter. Starting to not have the same animal noises that you would hear. And it's not that weird, but it's a little weird. But that's it. Other than that, you don't see anybody approaching. No owlbear cubs or anything running at you. You see a lot of hawks in the sky, just going after rodents. You see a coyote here and there. Doesn't look to be any bigger than a normal. Actually, sorry. I would say fox, not coyote. You see a couple foxes, coyotes. Just to give that normal time of day, and coyotes nocturnal. But you do see a couple foxes, and but other than that, it's just a pretty safe trip. I would say it is a long trip though, 15 miles. So by the time you guys start to get to where you're going, it is a little bit later. It's getting close to dusk. The sun is starting to set in the sky, and there's not that direct bit of light coming down. And what you see first as you're getting nearer is a large pointed rock. And it really just comes to a tip. It is almost like it's not as thin as a dagger would be, but there is a rock that you see the point of that is probably about 30, 40 feet tall overall and sticks up. And you do remember that the Daggermore dagger was a feature that pointed people to where the Daggermore Lake was, and that you must be close. I would say at this point you're probably 200 yards away or so.
You guys want to stash the cart or get closer?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, I think that's a safe bet.
Go ahead and just roll me a survival check, just to see if you find a good place to stow the cart. Nice hidden place.
Milo kind of stands back and tries to like act like he knows and directs, tries to delegate. Does that give them actually? Can I help?
Yeah,
I got an 18.
Even if I'm annoying with it?
Advantage because Milo's helping you. He's pointing to the best places to go.
I'm being an annoying help.
Yeah, I got an 18 and a 17.
It's okay. He's being a supervisor. Really help. But in this case, yeah, you find a good spot. You're able to tie the horses up and give them a little bit of feed, and you realize now that it has gotten to be a little eerie. The fog has settled in. It's not to the point where you can't see in front of you. I would say it's probably about like a 60 foot 60 feet out to where it gets too thick to where you can't really see. Not so much that you'd have to roll with disadvantage on perception checks yet, but the fog is thick here out on near the Daggermore.
I'd like to bring in Blot to the extent of our sight, pretty much just beyond our sight.
Okay.
I would like to use Divine Sense.
Okay, and what's the range on that?
It is 60 feet. Yeah, 60 feet and not behind anything, not behind total cover.
Okay, got it. So I would say nothing lights up for where you guys are at now. Nothing within 60 feet. In the range that you can see in the fog here, nothing lights up. And what's the duration on that?
Let's see. Oh, just till the end of the next turn.
Okay, got it. So you do a quick ping, but don't see anything. What are you guys doing?
We're still by the cart.
Yeah.
Well, if you guys want to move up on the lake, we can move up on the lake.
Yeah, I agree.
You start to move closer, 150 yards away. 100. Are you guys trying to move quietly?
I'd like to. I don't think it's going to matter.
Yeah.
but
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, go. Let's get a group stealth check going.
I'm also going to weasel my way in between the two of them.
Okay. Who's in front? Varric or Yohei?
I'll take front.
I rolled an 8.
Okay.
Oh. So at disadvantage, I got a 14.
Mm. And Milo, you're the decider.
I got a 24.
Oh,
My guy.
Okay. All right. So Yohei, you're walking in front, and you're actually able to keep pretty quiet. You know the spots on your armor to kind of press down when you walk over something, so that they don't jingle around too much. And Milo, you're walking quietly, very deftly. You could almost argue dexterously, but at the very least, you're making no noise at all. And you see Varric about to he trips a little bit and is about to fall forward, and you turn around and stop him from falling, saving his 8 in the group from doing too much damage. You guys move forward pretty quietly for 2 paladins and a wizard.
Guess it just how close to the lake are we?
We'll say now at this point, probably about we'll move it into the feet range, 150 feet out. And what you see is that you're 150 feet away from the dagger. You see now it's got a little bit of another rock in front of it, kind of creating a little bit of there's one rock and then the dagger here, so it's a little bit of rustling.
Come back, Flynn.
Oh no! I'll keep an eye on this.
I wonder if he's running into the other room.
Oh, that could be.
Get to the AC.
Yeah.
While we're waiting for him to come back, go ahead and roll me a perception check, both of you.
Yes.
Both of us?
Yeah.
And also, if I can, I'd like to send, when he gets back, send Blot up. Just pretty much to where we think the lake is.
Okay.
At
That
a really high altitude.
is my second nat 20 of the day.
Hey!
Or 24 total.
And then I got an 18.
So you guys see that the Daggermore dagger is about 150 feet away, a little bit up and to the right, and then maybe probably like 250
Oh,
feet
never
out
mind.
up to the left a little bit is where the lake is.
Okay, never mind. I meant the Daggermore rock.
The rock, the dagger.
Yeah,
Okay,
send him up to that.
so he goes, and what you notice right away is that there at the bottom of the dagger there is a Crown's Guard who he's laying there. And if you're looking through Blot's eyes for this,
Yeah, I've got like I assume, Varric, are you in front, or is it? Do you think Yohei?
Yeah. He was in
Yohei?
front.
Okay, so I've got my hand like
Switch, you
I
can
would have
switch.
grabbed Yohei's shoulder just as soon as I went in.
And what you see when you look down is almost a gruesome but oddly like beautiful in a natural way sight. You see that the armor lays. Oh, here we go. Hey, there we go.
Hey, all right.
So Milo sent Blot up to a little circle, and he saw a Crown's Guard down at the bottom of the dagger, laying there. And what's very shocking to start is that you can tell that its legs are probably about 3 feet away from the torso of its body, and in between is like this extending outwards network of fungus that almost is like a web as it spreads out, and there's beautiful like blues and greens and purples going through, creating this like natural organic layer over the things. And you can see that where the fungus touches this what is obviously just a body now, that it has kind of you can see bone at the bottom of the rib cage, like it has eaten away some of the skin, and that there is very quick decay happening on this body, and things growing up in between where the torso and the legs are separated.
I've got a question.
Mhm.
I know I can cast things through Blot. Can I sit down and ritual cast detect magic and see through him at this scene?
Is it only touch spells that you can
I think it
cast?
says only touch spells. Yeah.
I think only touch spells, so
Okay.
detect magic wouldn't really apply.
So like if I was seeing through him but cast it on myself, it still wouldn't work.
It'd be through your eyes that you'd have.
Got it. Gotcha. Sweet.
And I would say, Yohei, you see this too. You see the Daggermore dagger. The rock formation is about 150 feet forward. The lake is about 250 feet off to the left of it. But that is the current setup where you guys are at.
Do you guys want to go check it out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would like to see if it's got any magic on it.
As you guys get closer, you can see that along by the Daggermore dagger, I'll just call it dagger. By the dagger, you see that there are also these like where this web of fungus has spread out. It almost seems like it's covered some of the rocks that are on the dagger as well. These just kind of large round rocks that are jutting out, almost looking like bumps, or like a chicken pox bump or something that is on this rock with the colors of the fungus having moved over it. It is just in stark contrast. And you move closer, we'll say up to 50, 60 feet, however close you guys want to get. It's up to you at this point.
How frequent are these like weird things, all the fungus? Are they starting to pop up like all over as we start to get closer, or is it only on the rock?
I would say with the perception checks you guys rolled, you can see that as you just kind of look around you, you see a more than average amount of mushrooms that are growing. And on some of the trees, as you walk by them, the bark has a little bit of an odd color to it.
This is making me nervous, guys.
Yeah, 100%.
Should we keep going forward?
How close to the lake are we?
The lake, you're about still just over 100 feet. The dagger, where the Crown's Guard body is at this point, we'll say 50 feet.
50 feet?
Is his divine sense still up?
It was just for a round.
No, I'd be, yeah.
Can I use divine sense?
Sure. You hit your divine sense, and as it kind of washes over the Crown's Guard corpse, there is a slight undead glow to the Crown's Guard. It doesn't seem enough that it could animate it. It almost seems like the difference between a light, that you turn on in your bedroom and a bioluminescent light. Like it's there, but it's this dimmer, kind of very different process of it, and you get that undead glow, but not enough that it could be animated. Just that there's life in there that was brought in after whatever it was died.
Hey, Varric.
Yep.
Didn't they say something about druids in that when you were in the interrogation room?
Yeah.
Wouldn't this kind of that necrotic magic like that? Or did Yohei even talk about that? Did he say anything? Did you say anything to us, man?
Yeah, definitely.
My bad.
That body over there looks like it's not going to reanimate, but it's definitely an undead corpse.
And Josh, before I say anything, would this scream like that kind of magic to me?
Roll Arcana or History.
Okay, I'm going Arcana.
I figured.
Because I think it screams like nature magic. I would know druids do that. We just heard about it. 21.
21. With a 21, that's enough to beat the DC to know that, there are spore druids. There are druids whose focus is on fungus and decay and reanimation.
I only say this because if they're working with the group, whoever's doing the necromantic work over here, it makes sense that it might be connected.
And it's relatively close to the house. It's in the same direction.
Yeah, it's in the same vicinity.
I feel like we're riding in the right direction, guys.
Probably. Now, do we provoke it? Do we get closer?
Closer to the rock or closer to the water?
Seems like it's over by the rock.
All right, well, let's go to the rock then.
The rock it is.
We're walking over to the body.
Yeah, I'm just making sure not to step on any shit.
Yeah, I'm going to.
How close do you guys want to get?
We're still stealthily moving, right?
Yeah.
60 feet away from it? You guys cool with that?
Well, you guys
Yeah.
are already there.
Yeah, you said we're
I'm down within 30.
Oh, let's
close enough to investigate the body.
Yeah, there you go. Let's do that.
Close enough to guys investigate the body would be pretty close.
Yeah, that's pretty close.
Yeah.
But cautiously.
Okay.
I'd like to approach it very cautiously, if you guys are coming with me.
Yeah.
Yohei still in the front?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. So you guys move up 20, 15 very slowly. 10. Everybody give me a stealth check on this last approach to represent this last little bit of the way. We'll do a group stealth check again.
Ooh.
19.
17.
Hey.
14 at disadvantage.
14 at disadvantage. That's
That's
pretty good.
fucking
Oh,
solid, dude.
So you guys move up, and we'll say you're 10 feet away from the body, and then 5 feet away from the body, right up on it. And you are standing on this rock, and you're just at the base of it, and you can see now that part of the face has started to decay off, and you can actually already see skull and bone beneath it. And now that you're even closer, the colors are just vivid, beautiful, and you can see almost as you look at them, you can almost see them expanding outwards, just ever so slowly moving down the rock of the dagger. And you look, and they almost pulse with breath as they move. And I need everybody to roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, we should have gotten close to the spores, guys.
Uh-oh.
16.
7.
18.
18. Okay. So with that, Milo and Varric, you just kind of Get a little bit of a stale scent. It's almost like blooms, you know, when it's when
Yeah.
April. You get that smell that's just like it's not quite right. But you kind of shake it off. Both of you, I would say, have spent enough time in this area, especially when you took your trip here. You get a little bit of resistance to some of the allergens and pollen. Shall we
Yeah,
say.
they used to live in California.
Yohei, you look down at the body, and then you look up, and you turn to see Varric's face, and it almost looks like it's melting off of him. And you turn to see Milo, and Milo almost has his hand up in an awkward way where flames are rising up out of his hand, and his eyes just get bursting with flame. You're fully of the belief now that Milo is a devil from the 9 hells.
Oh no.
You have the frightened condition, and you are frightened of the Crown's Guard body, and have to spend your turn. You can't move towards it, but you see Varric and Milo around you, and you turn and look and see Varric now. His skin is melting off, and he's got this decayed look, like he's one of the zombies, like he's one of these undead created by the necromancers. What do you do?
I'm going to cast Expeditious Retreat.
Okay.
And start to work my way back to the cart.
Okay. So and I take it you're moving quickly?
Yes.
Okay, with that you start to turn, and you guys see the look on Yohei's face, like fear, deep fear. The things that he's most afraid of.
What's wrong?
Right? We're talking like, Scarecrow and Batman level
Yes.
visuals. You guys are just like evil incarnate about to attack him, and he turns and starts to run, and very quickly gets, we'll say, 25 feet away from the dagger. And as he does, you hear his armor start to bounce against, now that he's not paying attention to it. And with that, you see that 2 of the rocks that are near this body start to slowly lift up, and the dirt around them starts to get unsettled. And you see these almost tree trunk-like fibrous mushroom stalks that seem to be moving. As they get further up, you see tiny little legs. And you look back towards Yohei as you see this, and you see smaller versions rising up out of the dirt. And as 2 almost cylindrical humanoid, like kind of a small humanoid, a little bit shorter than Yohei, rise up out, you see almost a fungal, like a dried fungal jagged blade move out as they pull it, as Yohei is running towards 2 others in the tree line outside of the dagger. With that, I think you guys need to roll initiative.
God damn it.
Damn it, Bobby.
God damn it, Bobby.
And I think we definitely need to change the vibe a little bit here.
I love mushrooms, though. They're adorable.
No.
Oh, what'd you get?
Probably the worst thing I could get.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I got a 3.
Oh,
Technically, I got 0.
Oh shit. You have a -1 initiative?
Yeah.
how does that even work?
Dexterity is my dump stat.
Oh, man.
Thin frame, heavy armor.
Yeah, that tracks. There's really no reason to have it.
But I
Except
am
for if you
strong.
wanted to have a good initiative. Yeah, that's immediately what I was thinking was Scarecrow.
Yeah.
I know, right? I was like, well, shit. I mean, if I turned around and two you guys look like demons, I'm like, well, fuck, I gotta get back to the cart, dude.
That makes sense.
This got fucked up quick, and I just got this fucking music playing. I'm not dying here today.
I didn't sign up for this. It's funny, it seems like we just walked right up to it.
I was like, con save, huh? Damn.
Damn. Yeah, I'm actually gonna take a group pick too. Good time.
I will be. If they're taking a bathroom break, I'm going to do a quick one too. Okay, so let's get this view going.
When I'm typing
Okay.
this scene just sounds like something out of Final Fantasy.
Good. So, what was your initiative for Milo?
Oh shit, 14, I think.
14. Okay. And Yohei,
Oh, I had a 3.
3, and then 0 for Varric.
Does this
Yeah.
Weirdwood axe help with the prevention of me being frightened or not?
No, not
Ah,
specifically. No, it wouldn't.
Do you
Okay.
guys- Do you guys know if there's a way to bring up past rolls after you've
Yeah, game log.
game logged?
Yeah, it's so it says it says campaign Monsters of Madness, and right next to that is the game log. You can click it and you can see past rolls.
Okay.
Are you using the app or are you on the website?
No, I'm on the website.
Okay.
Okay, so the spore totems are gonna go first. They pop out at the ground and move towards this one first is moving towards Milo, and it is going to release one of its pacifying spore attacks. I need another Constitution saving throw from you, Milo.
5.
5. Oh boy.
We're gonna die.
No.
So do you guys have other characters made or?
So the spore, you see this mushroom creature move towards you, and it just releases a bunch of spores as it moves forward. You are now stunned for the next minute, but you do get to repeat the saving throw at the end of each of your turns.
Okay.
I get stunned on Milo here. And the other one is going to move up to Varric. And it is going to use... it is going to use its hallucinating spores. I need you to roll a Constitution saving throw.
23.
23. you shake off the effects, as you can tell that it's something that it almost gets you amped up. You feel that something's trying to trigger your emotions, trigger your fear, trigger what you can see and feel and think, but you shake it off, partially from that little bit of extra magical glow you have from the Dawnfather. With that, their turn is done. Milo, you are up next, but you are stunned, so you can roll to see if your stun ends.
Oh, that was Dex. 3.
3.
Oh,
You are
no.
still stunned. Milo tries to move, but you feel your body frozen in place, unable to move from where it's at. Wanting to cast the spells, you hear the voice of your spellbook in your head. What are you doing? What are you doing? You must move. You must move now.
Can I like mentally talk to her?
Sure.
Yeah, I'd like to tell her what's happening. I can't move. I can't move anything.
Okay. Okay. So with that, it is going to be the man. You said 3. Yo, hey, what's your dex?
Oh no, sorry.
A 12.
12. Okay, so they're gonna go first. So, Yohei, you are frightened and you're turned and running away, and you see these 2 mushroom-like creatures with jagged fungal swords moving in your direction as they pop up out of the ground. The first one is gonna move up. Let's see what their movement is. So,
Look like a fungal samurai.
15, 20. So this one is not going to get close enough to you on its own, so it's going to use its dash. That one will get an attack on you, and that is going to be 12 to hit on the first one.
Nope.
Okay, so you see them move up on you, and the first one tries to take a slash. You take your shield, even in your frightened state, are able to block away the attack. With that, it is now your turn, Yohei.
So I can roll to not be frightened anymore?
At the end of your turn, you can roll to not be frightened. You cannot move towards the corpse that you saw, but other than that, it doesn't affect your character.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to attack the one that swung at me.
Okay, go ahead and roll an attack.
And I'm going to attack with the new mace that I got, the Mace of Swells. 22 to hit.
Yeah, definitely hits.
And I'm going to apply Divine Smite to that.
Shit, good call.
So that is 9 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay,
And the Divine Smite does what, 2d6 extra?
2d8.
Oh, 2d8.
Higher if you want to burn a higher spell slot.
And 8 points of radiant damage.
Okay, so it's a total of 17.
Yep.
Okay, so you go and you take your new mace, swinging down at the one who swung an attack on you, and as you do, it just takes out a chunk. It doesn't seem to be like super beefy, and there's just like this big. I mean, it's like tearing a piece of a mushroom off its stalk. There's now just this big chunk, but you see it kind of flinch. It gives it shock of pain. And as you see it give the shock of pain, the one next to it also moves in that same way. And Varric, you see the 2 totems also moving. Doesn't look like it dealt any damage, but they all feel the pain as you inflict it on them.
And then I'd like to try to not be frightened anymore.
Yeah, go ahead and roll Constitution saving throw.
Ah, fuck. I got a 4.
4? Yeah, still frightened. Yeah, can't move any closer to the others. Varric, it is your turn next.
All right. I am going to cast Hunter's Mark on the totem right next to me.
Okay.
Right. And then I'm going to make an attack with the glaive.
Hunter's Mark. All right, and go ahead and roll an attack.
21 total.
21 hits. Yeah, go ahead and roll some damage.
Hunter's Mark. So with the cold hand, it says target takes an extra 2d6 when I make a melee weapon attack, and it must make a DC 13 Constitution save. So is the Constitution save determine the damage or just the reactions and speed?
It should be, I think, both. The save would usually be half damage if it fails, and then, unless it says otherwise on there.
No, it just says the target takes an extra 2d6 cold damage, and it must make a successful DC 13 Constitution saving throw, or it can't take reactions and speed is halved.
Okay, then we'll just call it the extra 2d6 on there.
Cool. That is 25 total.
25 total. Okay, and it is what's its modifier here? For con +3, so it's a total of 12 on the Constitution saving throw.
So it fails.
So it fails. Okay, and then you said 25 damage.
Yep, 13 from the glaive, 4 from Hunter's Mark, and 8
Okay.
from the cold hand.
You just take it and like you're trying to chop down a tree. You just slice through the stalk of this thing. This is the main stalk of it, and much like Yohei taking a chunk, you just slice through, and it almost looks like if you were to push it over, it almost like tip off and just like break the rest of the way. And as you do, it just does that shake, that convulsion of pain as it takes the damage from your glaive. Yeah, did quite a bit of damage to it.
That is my turn.
Okay. So it is the Spore Totems again next. The one by Milo is going to kind of rise up, move with its whole body, and make a slam attack against him with advantage because he's stunned. And that's going to be a 19 to hit.
Yep.
Right. That's going to be 5 points of bludgeoning damage as this giant totem just boom pushes up against Milo.
All right.
The other one, it is got Hunter's Mark, so it's going to this time try. It didn't work with the hallucination spores, so it's going to try and use its terror spores on Varric. Go ahead and roll a Constitution saving throw.
Oh boy. That is a 1 for a 5 total.
Oh, okay. So you are now frightened of the totem that you were attacking. You cannot move closer to it, although you don't suffer all of the normal frightened effects. You just have to not get closer and cannot attack it. Okay, up next, Milo, you're up. Go ahead and roll me that con save.
9.
9. Oh no. Still stunned.
Good stuff.
Still stunned. You guys look over and Milo is still frozen. The slashers are up next. They're both going to make attacks against Yohei. So that is going to be a 19 and a 14.
Neither one of those hit.
Okay, they slash. You take your shield blocking one, use your new mace, push the other away. And you can tell that these are not super, this isn't steel with any kind of fungus on it. These are some kind of natural weapons that they have that they are attacking you with. Yohei, you are up next.
I'm going to attack the same one I attacked previously with the Mace and Swell.
Go ahead and roll your attack.
9.
A 9 does not hit, unfortunately.
Yeah, that'll be the end of my turn then.
Okay, Varric, you're up next.
Hold on, can I roll to get out of the?
Oh yeah, to end frightened. Yeah, go ahead and roll that con save.
Oh fuck yeah, 21.
21. You are no longer frightened and can move anywhere you would like. All right, Varric.
All right. Well, I need to get away from the totem. So I am going to move to the other totem.
Okay. Can do that. 5, 10, 15 gets you there.
So it says I just can't move towards or attack the one.
Correct. The one that you were frightened of.
Okay. And then I will make a attack against this one. That is going to be a nat 20.
Nice.
Nat 20. Yeah, go ahead and roll.
27 total.
Double that damage dice.
And then... Oh, that was crap. Yeah, that's just going to be a 9 total.
9 total. Okay.
You're still fucking laying it out right now.
Yeah.
So you
I know.
slice into this one, and maybe it's because this one was moving around, using its slam attack against Milo, but you're not able to get that deep cut in like you did on the other one. Still, you're able to slice a chunk out of it. Anything else?
Then roll to not be frightened.
Yes.
It's going to be a 12 total.
12 is what you need to make the save. So you're
Let's
no longer
go.
frightened. Okay. Back at the top, it is the turn of the two. With it being next to you, it is going to try and use the same thing it did to stop Milo. Go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw for the stunned attack. For Varric.
Oh,
No.
shit. That's an 8.
Oh man.
Oh, so Milo and Varric are now next to each other, both stunned, as
Hey,
this
buddy.
one seems to be real good at stunning its victims.
I got sad eyes.
Yeah, I'm just like looking at you, just mad as hell.
This one is gonna move up and it's gonna use its slam attack on Milo. That is low rolls though, a 9 to hit with advantage.
Oh yeah, no.
Okay, it doesn't have any eyes. It doesn't seem to be able to find you very well. Even in your stunned state, it misses its attack. Okay, Milo, you're up next.
All right.
Roll more than 12 for me, buddy.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Milo is no longer stunned.
It's at the end of my turn, right?
That is at the end of your turn,
Okay.
unfortunately. But you are now able to use your reaction.
Let me see what my reaction is.
All right, so it is now the slasher's turn. They are going to do their 2 attacks against Yohei, still fighting them off. That one is a 22 to hit, and then a 17 to hit.
The 22 does hit.
22 does hit. Okay, so that is going to be a total of 9 slashing damage. And while you take your shield up to block the blow from one of them, the other is able to come and stab up into your armor, dealing 9 points of slashing damage to Yohei. It is Yohei's turn next. Varric is on deck.
I'm going to use bonus action Channel Divinity, Fury of the Tides.
Okay.
I'm going to turn to the one that's attacking Milo. I'm within 25 feet of that, yeah?
5, 10, 15. Yeah.
You want to move me up on that one?
Okay. That will invoke opportunity attacks.
That's fine.
So they're both going to take their oppos. That is a... Let's see, what was the modifier here? Yeah, +5. So 23 to hit, and then an 8 to hit.
The 23 does hit.
Okay, so it's going to be another 7 points of slashing damage.
And then I'm going to attack with the Mace of Swells on the one behind Milo.
Okay. Go ahead and roll that attack.
A 26 to hit.
Oh, yeah.
So that's 8, but then the Fury of Tides adds 2. So that's 10. But then I
10.
also move it 10 feet.
Okay.
And
And-
if I slam it into that rock, it takes another 2 bludgeoning damage.
Okay, so you push it, and what you do is you see the chunk where Varric has already like made it really weak, and you just take your mace and just swing through. You break it in half, pushing it against the rock. It dies. It doesn't even need to take the extra damage. It just like as you hit it against the rock, it almost doesn't like break apart into pieces like liquid nitrogen or anything, but really just kind of falls apart. Like whatever was, keeping this thing alive just stopped immediately, and that one is now dead.
What does that?
And was
look
that
like?
What's that?
What does that thing look like? What did you just do?
The Channel Divinity.
No, I mean, like, what does it look like?
So as I kind of turn around and get kind of my bearings now that I'm no longer frightened, I see that Milo's kind of surrounded, and Varric's kind of got a frightened look on his face. So I just cast the Divinity, which is just like a bunch of water kind of washes over, but it looks like a wave almost as it crashes when it hits. So
That's
And in
dope.
this case, using the mace, there's this extra glow, and you almost feel like you're not just hitting this thing and using your channel divinity, you're unleashing the ocean onto this thing. You are almost like you're transporting a wave from the ocean here to go against this creature.
So you just like surfed over to him?
and then I think that was 20 feet of movement to get there. Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to move me 5 feet up behind Milo?
You are now 5 feet behind Milo.
And that'll end my turn.
Okay, got it. Varric, give me a Constitution save to see if you're no longer stunned.
Get it, man.
14.
Hey.
14. Make the save. You are no longer stunned.
Oh yeah.
We are back at the top of the round. It is going to try and use its hallucination spores on Milo. Give me a Constitution save.
Constitution save. That's gonna be 5, but I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Did you
I can
use
do
your
that, right?
inspiration? Inspiration? Did you use that for the lockpick?
No, I didn't have to.
Oh wait. No. You did. You evened out the roll, didn't you?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
only
'cause
rolled
it
one
wasn't-
dice. I rolled one d20. I thought.
Well,
somebody-
right, but you had to roll
Oh.
at disadvantage. So
Okay,
it was
yeah, you're right.
to make
Yeah,
it a
must
straight
be.
roll.
Yeah, no, I'm dead.
So you
we're
are
not
now.
getting that.
So what happens is you turn and you look at this thing and you see it release another different color of spores this time. And what it does is your eyes just start to. You look around and it feels like there's just bugs flying everywhere. And you look at these little bugs and they're just not even bugs. They're almost like miniature devils, and they're coming around. And you start to look and you almost see like all the creatures around you start swatting at them, and this vision of this wave of bugs gives you the blinded effect.
Oh, okay, right on. Mark that.
But you that is the end of its turn, and it is your turn next.
My turn. I'm immediately like, while just kind of swatting at what I was seeing, I'm gonna get out of there and fly away.
Okay.
I'm actually going to, because he's within 5, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna immediately use my ornate. I'm gonna use my new dagger to Misty Step 60 feet upwards.
Okay.
Let's see if that's the correct distance to do.
Let's do this.
Yeah, 60 feet.
I had a feeling you'd be flying today.
And I'm kicking the boots.
360, Milo just straight up into the air as he disappears for a moment and then appears even higher.
Bams.
And then use my bonus action. Okay, so I'd like to hold an action.
Okay, what are you holding?
I'm going to. Actually, you know what? I'm going to. No. Nothing there. Do I have to be specific about the spell? I do, right? That makes sense that I have to.
Yeah, because it's like you basically when you're doing it is you're casting the spell but waiting for the last little piece.
So I'm gonna hold an action to cast Vicious Mockery at what I think is like the most actually at the mushroom in front of Varric.
Okay.
As soon as my vision comes back, if it comes back.
Okay, go ahead and roll your Constitution saving throw.
Say 14.
14. And what's the save on Vicious Mockery?
14 Wisdom.
Fails. What do you
Yay.
say to it to mock it?
So like as soon as the vision comes back, like I flip out my book and the pages go to that, and I use my quill to write in the air. How do you insult a mushroom? You are nothing but a fungus.
Okay,
And slaps
got it. And how much damage is it?
It's going to be 3 points of psychic damage, and it gets disadvantage.
Oops. Okay, perfect. And disadvantage on the next attack, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. So the slashers are up next. The one that has not been hit is going to move up to Yohei and make an attack. That is an 8 to hit.
Nope.
This one, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 is going to go up, and it's going to attack with advantage because it is flanked. And that is a 23 to hit.
Am I allowed to use reactions?
Yes?
I already used my reaction, yeah.
I'm still stunned, right?
You are not stunned anymore.
Oh yeah, I rolled a 14.
Am I within 5 feet of him?
You are not, because you were right behind Milo. You're 10 feet away.
Okay.
Let's see real quick. What did it roll?
It rolled 23 to hit.
Right. Yeah, that does hit.
Okay. So that is going to be 5 points of slashing damage at Varric. As you're trying to keep an eye on the other one, get the opening to go in and slash kind of at your knee where the armor's not covering. With that, it is going to be Yohei's turn.
I'm going to attack the one in front of me
Okay.
with the mace as well. 9.
9 does not hit. You swing, and what you're surprised by is that it has the ability to kind of move backwards and lean out of the path of your axe or your mace.
Oh, it's like a fucking bell sprout. You want to move me 5 feet closer to Varric?
Sure. They keep you in melee range. Okay. Anything else?
No, that'll do it.
All right, Varric, you're up next.
Right. All right, so I'll use my bonus action to move the Hunter's Mark onto the slasher that just hit me.
Okay.
And then I will make a glaive attack on it.
Okay, go ahead and roll that attack. And this is the one that has been hit already.
That is 21 to hit.
21 definitely hits.
That is 12 total.
12 total. Give me some flavor on that one. How does it look as you kill it?
Oh, I just want to come from top to bottom and just cleave it in half.
Like you're cooking. You just cleave the mushroom in half and two sides split as it falls to the ground dead. Okay, anything else for you?
No, that's gonna be it.
Okay, we're back up at the top with the totem that's left. It is going to use its pacifying spores on Varric again. Go ahead and roll con save for me.
That is a 16.
16 makes it, not stunned. Milo, you are up next.
I'm gonna vicious mockery, send down another fungus on top of the same target.
Okay, go ahead. Oh no, it's me. That is a total of 11 for the roll.
2 points of psychic and disadvantage.
3 points of psychic and disadvantage. Okay.
He's like, "Fuck you, tree. You are not Groot."
Okay, so after Milo is make sure I'm getting my the slasher's up next. It's just gonna go ahead and take a swing at Yohei, who's in front of him. And that is a 18 to hit.
Nope.
All right, so Yohei's turn. Varric, you're on deck.
I'm going to attack the one that just attacked me.
Go for it.
19 to hit.
Yes, that does hit.
7 points of bludgeoning damage from the mace, but I also have the Fury of the Tides.
Okay.
So it pushes him back 10 feet,
Okay.
and he takes 2 more bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
So 9 points of damage total.
Okay. After he swings his sword down at you, you push it away with the shield and kind of return back with a hit, pushing it backwards. Is another wave, as if a wave from the Menagerie Coast itself made its way over to push him backwards. Anything else?
No, that'll do it.
All right, Varric, what are you doing?
Bonus action, move the hunter's mark onto the totem.
Okay.
And glaive attack.
Glaive it up.
That is 17.
17 hits.
For 13 total.
13. Okay. So you slash at it, and you're kind of taking the strategy of taking chunks out of it to make a weak spot. Then you can hit on that somebody can hit on their next attack, and you've got it down to such a small level you're not even sure how the cap of this thing is still supported on what's left of it.
That is going to be my turn.
Okay. So it is in front of you. It is going to use its spore attack on its last limb. And that is a 21 to hit.
Which one's attacking? And does it have disadvantage?
Oh, wait,
yes,
yeah,
right,
I'm
thank
going
you.
to
It
burn
does
my
have
reaction
disadvantage.
for protection, too.
It does have disadvantage from Milo already, so let me roll that second one. No, that is a 13 to hit.
It is not
Which I
hit.
don't think. Thank you for reminding me on that, Kevin. Yeah, so you see it kind of go to move for a slam attack, and as it does, you think it's questioning something mentally in its head. It just is so insecure from the joke or the ridicule that Milo sent its way that it misses its attack.
Wow, I'm really just a fungus.
You passed butter.
Milo, with that, it is your turn.
I am going to shoot down a vicious mockery at the same one.
Same one. Okay.
Yeah.
So that is an 11 this time.
We're gonna go. It's 2 points of psychic, and then that disadvantage.
Okay. So it's short enough. I mean, flavor the kill. Give me some mockery that's gonna kill this thing after its existential breakdown.
I write out. You send it, or send it. Just send it. Fungus. And I send that one. It just goes.
And as you do, yeah, it just kind of tips slowly and dies.
And yeah, that's my turn.
Okay, so it is the last slasher's turn. It is going to turn and use its action and movement 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40.
This is running away.
Yeah, it gets 50 feet away, which takes it just right off the map. It is Yohei. You are up next. Do you want to pursue it?
Yeah, is my expeditious retreat still going?
I think so. Yeah, because you did it right at the beginning of the fight, so it should be.
Yeah, I'll pursue it.
Okay. So, expeditious retreat was you could use your bonus action to move. It was 10 feet away from you and move 50 feet, so you could get up and do an attack on it if you wanted to with your expeditious retreat up.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Go ahead and roll that attack.
The guy with the shortest legs, the fastest dude in the group.
Yeah, dude, you guys see just the fastest dwarf ever all the time.
He's booking it, man.
Dangerous over short distances.
25 to hit.
Yeah, man, roll that damage.
9 points of bludgeoning, but I'm gonna add my divine smite to it.
Okay, and there's also the extra from the wave.
Yeah, the extra from the Fury of the Tides.
Okay, so you need to
let
get
me-
more than what's your divine smite?
9 more points.
9. Flavor that fatality, man. It's running away from you, and you start chasing it with your mace. How do you kill it?
Man. So you guys just see this like speedy dwarf just kind of take off, just full speed. As it's running away from me, just kind of the same thing. Like the water comes out. As I swing up, it just kind of the water splits through him
Nice.
as it cuts it in half.
And it cuts it in half, and then just as it falls, it just hits it up against trees and rocks and breaks into other tiny pieces as it is now dead, and we are out of combat.
Yeah. That started off rough.
Yeah.
I ain't going back down there. Up here, the air's fresh.
With that, I'd like to use like 10 points of lay on hands on myself.
Yeah, absolutely, you do that. And you see, it almost is like the you're almost called as you do this lay on hands to reach down into the water that your mace just expelled. And you reach down and you kind of place your arm in there where you have some wounds, and the water just washes over it. And it hurts for a second. The salt water stings, but when you lift it back up, the wounds are gone. And you kind of take some time to do that here and there and apply, and it heals you. And you remember back and get just that twinge of gratitude for the Wild Mother. And with that, we are out of combat. You guys are kind of looking around at a bunch of chopped up fungal creatures. This is just to show you guys a little. That's the
Those are
That's
dope.
legit.
slashers.
Like a fucking tree samurai.
And then
So, note to the group: don't go
the
near spores.
spore
Yeah.
totems.
Dude, that's awesome, man.
Their little legs. So
That's legit.
that's what you guys have around you currently.
Cool. Is there any way that we could maybe take a sample of these? Does anybody have a vial?
You want to?
I kind of do.
I probably do
This
too.
could be very interesting. I could
I
probably.
mean, yeah, you guys definitely see like different spores. When you look at the body of the Crownsguard now that this is over, you see that they're almost like little spore balls, like little puffs of spores that are kind of slowly wisping out.
I would like to take out like just one of like a piece of paper out of like my journal or whatever. I just like to rip it out and kind of like make a small little, almost like an envelope, fold up of envelope, and then just try and catch a few inside and then put it into my
Okay.
Hold up.
Give me just like a investigation check. Investigation. Yeah, we'll go investigation.
investigation. 26.
Yeah, you get some in an envelope. It's a little awkward, but you're able to get some. You do see as you're doing that it almost looks like there's like a little root on those little bulbous things, and if you did it dexterously enough, you might be able to get it out of there.
Dexterously enough, like a sleight of hand.
Yeah.
I'll try it.
Okay, go ahead and roll a sleight hand check.
It's gonna be a 6. The natural 2.
Ouch. Okay.
If
So
I
like-
wanted to go after the spores in particular that caused hallucinations,
Uh-huh.
would that be harder?
To do a specific one, yes. This was just kind of grabbing the one that was there growing. That would be a medicine check on one of the creatures to specifically pull that out. Before we do that, though,
Oh,
Yeah.
I would say Varric and Milo give me Constitution saving throws.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you're standing right there.
Oh,
15.
no. Oh, wait. 13.
13. Okay.
Thought it was a 6.
Okay. So this, as you try and reach out, Milo, to take your dagger and cut that root, you accidentally touch the little puff, and you just for a second, oh shit, and it just this big burst of these toxins, and Milo, you take 7 points of poison damage. Varric, you have just enough time to look behind you as this big cloud. I mean, it's a big cloud. This thing, it was like so many spores had to have been packed in this tiny little thing that it just that it reaches back to you. You take 14 points of poison damage and are poisoned for 1 minute. As you kind of and you have those that not all the way hallucination, but that kind of fiery vision.
It's like yellow dust all over the face. Just shit.
There is another one. And you guys realize at this point that, hey, maybe if you can successfully get the other one out, then you could weaponize that and throw it at something.
I
I'm
try?
going to.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. And I will ask
You
this time. What do you?
held back.
Yeah, well, that's what I was gonna ask.
I don't want to be anywhere near them when this thing goes off.
Okay. So
Yeah,
Yohei,
I'm
you go up.
gonna walk over, guide him real quick, and then
Okay.
I'm gonna get my distance.
I'm gonna stand ready for this.
I do really well against poisons.
Oh,
Good.
Go ahead and roll me a sleight of hand check as you try and cut the other little thing out.
18.
There we-
18. Yes. So you can add a puff bomb to your inventory,
Dope.
and I can even show you guys what it looks like.
I'm gonna burn the rest of my lay on hands on myself.
Okay.
Which should also get rid of the poison.
And while you guys are kind of feeling the pain from that poison, you're kind of keeled over, feeling woozy. But you do notice that there are some footprints and drag marks around this area. Not hard to see.
Oh. Ah,
And if I'm not mistaken, we're missing a body.
we are. There's supposed to be 2 of them. Shall we follow? Or do you guys want to maybe take a rest real quick?
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Get a place away from the spores where you can sit down for a second.
Somebody decided to set off a bomb in my face.
I mean,
And you're just like covered in this like yellow spore,
that was a
like,
shocking
pollen.
experience. But holy crap, look at these things. It's amazing. How do these things even... I've never seen anything like this. But
Yeah,
I'm
if you guys want to take a rest, I'm
pretty
cool with
comfortable getting away from it. Yeah, let's go take a short rest or something. Can we find like a nice little area
Sure.
off?
Absolutely. You guys find some trees. You look. I would say roll me a perception check. Actually, I won't determine what the dice should.
Like all of us?
Yeah, everybody roll perception check.
18.
Oof. That's a 1 for a 5 total.
I got a 15.
15K. Yeah, Varric, you're still like lightheaded and dizzy, and not status wise, not any specific effect, but you're feeling it.
Yeah.
But you guys are able to find a spot. You don't see any mushrooms. You don't see anything that could be like a buried mushroom, anything like that. One thing you do notice is that the caps of the myconids that you were fighting against, they seem to have, when the clouds kind of pass by and you get a brief second of sun, the caps themselves don't seem to have any issue, but it really quickly dries out the stalks of them. And seems like there is some kind of not necessarily the full sensitivity. I would say actually you guys can roll me a history check or a nature check for knowledge of these types of things.
I'll go with nature.
Rolled a 21 history.
Oh, nice. Okay.
13.
15. Okay.
I got an 11 nature.
11. Okay. So, Varric, you've heard of myconids. You might have even encountered some in odd places underneath Rexentrim. And which is to say that before it'd be maybe one or two. Nothing ever like this. We're talking usually you've run into like little small creatures that got lost from where they were underground. But you do know that the ones you've encountered were sensitive to sunlight, so much so that they couldn't have even been in sunlight. So the fact that these aren't just almost combusting means that they must have some kind of resistance that regular myconids don't.
Is there a way we could like utilize that?
In terms of what you guys could do with it, not. I mean, actually, let me check something. Let me check the harvesting handbook, see if there's anything I could grab for you guys here. That'd be something to. Would be good.
See, I'm trying to get those hallucination spores so I can,
That's right. We were talking about a medicine check for that. So if you want to go up to, there are 2 totems. You guys can roll 2 medicine checks to see if you're able to get some of that specifically.
Cool.
I got a 12.
A 12. Okay.
I'll go ahead and use that guidance again.
Can I use that still, like right now?
Oh my goodness.
Guidance.
Is that 1d4?
Yeah.
Got to be
Yeah.
beforehand for guidance.
Oh, okay.
Guidance.
All right. So Milo gives you guidance.
Oh no, I don't have it. I'm just.
Oh, I thought you were saying you had it as a cantrip.
I just remember that's like if you have it, you just guidance like every time. Slap it on yourself.
I rolled a 6 total with guidance.
So with that, you're not able to like specifically. You kind of test it on yourself to see if it's not hallucination. But what you do get is a small pouch of rapport spores, and they are specifically spores that can be used to create a potion of rapport, which allows you to create a psychic connection with those around you.
That's cool.
Oh.
And
How
you
many of
remember
those?
back to them all kind of twitching and flinching when one of them took
Rapport
a hit.
spores?
Rapport, Rapport, rapport spores.
Like a certain amount of them, or
Just a small pouch,
pouch it?
enough to make, we'll say, 2 potions if the potion making process goes well.
Oh, wait, do I have No, I don't.
I would like to check out their weapons.
So the 2 slashers' weapons are like almost this. It feels like you kind of run, and it's like jagged. It's sharp at the edge, but is very like wavy. You know, almost like it's been a piece of bark that has just been like sharpened over time. But it is still. It's kind of like that material that mushrooms are made out of, but super compact. almost like they
Okay.
grew something super, super, super dense. It still has that fungal feel to it, but it has been hardened and sharpened. I mean, you certainly don't know about any material that you could get off of it. You could take them and have, basically a fungal longsword.
I will take a fungal longsword.
Yeah, there's 2 of them, so if you guys want to take 2 fungal longswords, you can do that.
Does anyone want a fungal longsword?
No, I'm good.
I mean, I can put the other one in the bag if you want.
Yeah, sure.
And
I'm not
stats
sure.
would just be the same as a regular longsword. It's just
Made out of
fungal.
fungus.
Yeah, made out of fungus.
And we can mark a short rest.
Yeah, you guys mark short rest.
Yeah.
So you wait there for an hour and just kind of recover, get your bangs about you. At this point, though, it is getting dark.
Ooh,
Ooh, I mean, should we just long rest somewhere?
might as well.
You head back to the cart real quick and
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, definitely.
So I will say then that you guys go back to the cart, move to a long rest, and rest for the evening. You guys can kind of get ready. But I think for now we'll end the session here.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
And on the next one, we can figure out the rest situation, the rest situation, and who's going to take watch, and what happens.
Should we
while you do
refrain
that.
from working one?
No, you can. Actually, no. Do refrain. No, yeah. Do refrain from marking one. Yeah, definitely. And with that, we will end for the day. Thanks for everybody tuning in, and we will catch you 2 weeks' time with the next session where we find out what our group does with the drag marks and footprints that are around the Daggermore dagger. Thanks for tuning in. We'll catch you next time.